There we go.
Hi, Green Whoops.
That was quick.
He was probably here waiting.
Watching. I forgot to bring up the music player. There we go.
Meanwhile, I'm still in the process of recovering from a certain nasty virus, so don't mind me if I cough a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, you'll be just fine.
I haven't heard you cough too much. So.
Because I'm mute most of the time.
Ah, fair.
Let's see.
Like that.
Well, I'm muted often.
Reminding me of what I had to go through to prevent that from happening too. Glacy, you weren't here when I asked this earlier. How do injuries get worked out over time? Is it after you get a full night's rest, or?
Yeah, they heal one per day.
Okay.
And they can heal again with special treatment, medical treatment.
He's back. I'm being called my dad.
Yep, getting close to it.
Okay. I've returned.
Hey.
I don't know who's supposed to start us off.
Well, since you didn't do a journal last time, you can probably start.
Okay, let me take some. I forgot to refill my water bottle. God dang it.
Well, we got about a minute, and
Nah,
Go
I
ahead
got a
and finish.
spare.
I not fire.
I'm gonna say this now. This one's gonna be a long one. Both poem and the journal itself.
Hadrox is relatively short this session.
Alright. So, I guess I'll go ahead and pick it up. Okay, let me just turn down the music for the stream. Entry 32. Useless. To stare at a dream, be able to commit to the scene when you didn't know you'd be taking action like a skit. To kill that, but you can't land a blow. Useless. Talk tough like you can plan out the way should all go. You spout what you can't bring about, and now you're the bringer of woe. Useless. Fate had you by the throat knowing what you would see. A scene so profound you can quote the playback that'll never flee. Useless. You got lucky. You know that? We're still alive. We can still chat. You don't have the power to make change. Realizing makes you feel estranged. You're useless till it's in your range. I could be doing a lot better than I am right now. There's been a lot that happened since I last wrote. We snuck past the guards, but we got into a fight later on. That Nita King most likely tipped them all off. I should go back to town. I'd strike him down if I could, but no. I'd be aggressing in the city and that'd mark me as a bad guy, would it? Fucking prick. Even then, we made it into what the police were hiding in courtesy of a legendary Pokemon Zygarde. Apparently we're friends now. It suddenly chose to help us. The police, or rather the zealots, are making a massive base that they hid within the mountains. Given we made it in, we decided to employ stealth to make sure it stays that way. This place wasn't just some random hole in the wall. It was an entire zealot base. A production site of all things. We learned a lot from this place, from what they knew about us, what they knew about the mayor, more about the zealots and their actions, about their leader. It was practically a research trip. All the while, we were quiet, taking people out, not making too much noise as we moved along. Apollo certainly helped with that. There was one thing we came across, a journal from someone named Leo. Seems not everything is well in paradise, as the expression goes. There are some zealots that want out and can't get out due to their leaders. I didn't know about that. Even if this one's trying to stay in, but under Asmarella's rule, he's in for a rude one when he finds out she's already been taken out of the picture. Even then, I would rather help him get out altogether, but, I mean, being a zealot's not a bad life. If you're not on the block to be sacrificed, it's just... I think it's better living out of it than in it. Oh, I wish this was the least of our worries, though. I did say this is a production site, but let me specify. They were producing Gigas. A lot of Gigas. Mass quantities of the drugs using machines. No, it wasn't even there. No one was even there working on it. Just one guy monitoring it. Just machines. We're going to make a drug so important, so potent, so life-changing that the misuse will kill you. No added benefits, no extra research, just a hard, mechanical, lifeless process to make a product that's only useful for what's included. Look, I'm used to making custom Gigas, okay? I'd rather tailor it to the one who's drinking it than make it just one size fit all. I'm getting sidetracked. As we looked around, we ended up getting trapped in an observation room. I was asked to enter and followed along against my better judgment. Turns out it was a trap that Lars activated for us, but no one would see what was coming next. Darkness consumed the space, my team unable to see any more than what was barely in front of us as claws came into view. We started fighting them off as lights would show up. I didn't know it was when we started, but that was the dark one. I need a moment. I'm sorry about that. I got a cold. Or was I? All right. That was the dark one. This was a thing that I was supposed to be sacrificed to. This was an opportunity. I could strike it down. Maybe I could make it pay for kill my parents, marking me, ruining so many lives, making us all have to. I couldn't hit that damn thing. It was right there. I struck it once, and after that, it was just impossible. It moved and weaved something in darkness, appearing only to unleash hell upon us. I could feel its presence. That same all-consuming feeling as the air was getting pulled out of my fucking lungs. Your very essence threatened to be removed from your body. I couldn't do a damn thing to stop it. I don't know why, but we sure as shit didn't scare it off when it broke our captivity and ran away. I didn't care for you at that point. I just wanted to get out of there before that thing came back. I was afraid. I fear the dark one. I hate to admit it, but I didn't realize it'd be like this. Escaping was a blur. The discussion with others at home, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. When we were trying to get out of that facility, the only thing I was focused on was just getting out. Anyone got in my way, I made sure they couldn't follow. I would work with the others, knock them senseless, injure, wound, maim, make them regret waking up this morning. Even when we got to the end, we saw another person I wanted to see 6 feet under. Lethero, this entire fucking mission, this whole thing was just an opportunity I couldn't capitalize on. Even while facing a legion of zealots who were going to kill us. We finally caught a break at the hands of an old friend. Elena and Renia. Sure, we knocked out Lars, he got away too. They took the others that came around, took care of everyone else, and they took us to their home. Oh, when we made it back to New Town, talked to Glacy, they were in a tizzy about what they felt. My mind was racing. I don't even remember the debrief. Just couldn't sleep. Kua helped me to calm down enough to the point that I can even write this. I want to keep going. I don't like feeling like a fuck up, a failure, someone who just lets things slip by because he's too much of a weakling to actually make a difference where it matters. Oh, sure, I can fight, but can I actually fulfill the promise to people that I made dead or alive? No, I can't. Not yet. I need power, better tactics, and another chance at that abomination. I won't survive another encounter with that thing, so I have to be prepared. Somehow I have to get prepared. End of entry 32.
Yep, a long one.
What's that? I mute.
And on your go, Patrick.
Alrighty then. Diary entry number 31. Why does the universe have to keep proving me right on the ability of things to get worse? Haven't they gotten bad enough already? Okay, maybe I should start by trying to note some positives. Zygarde showed up and gave us aid. The more legends the cultists pit up, the better for us, right? And then there was getting to be invisible. That was a lot of fun. My eyes didn't even feel tired after that. I made a couple cats sleep with one blast. Could that be because of the... No, there's something wrong with that bit of the report. There has to be. We seem to be doing so well navigating through the cultist space. Mounting Magnezone, slinking around, smashing brewing machines. But we all just had to pile into that observation room. A room built to hold as strong a Pokemon as it could. Even going so far as to shut down teleportation. And then I felt those horrible shadow claws. That horrible nightmare made manifest when all light abandoned the room. The only thing that the light seemed to bounce off of was us. And then, a horrible hole in the fabric of the universe as those two claws emerged. For a moment, I wondered who was screaming, until I realized it was coming from my own mouth. But when the draining didn't come, when I still felt full of energy, fear turned rage. I wanted it gone. I wanted that thing out of my life. Then out of the darkness came lights. Lights in the shape of a face. No matter what we tried, even Alubi and I, combining our powers, barely made a scratch. And when this thing got driven away, or maybe pulled, by something we didn't see, it just burst the glass as if it wasn't even there. We didn't even scratch that glass. I should have seen this coming. Should have felt this earlier. Great visions. That was the exact words. I heard Elena's song, but not this. Surely this thing's entrance was something I should have seen sooner. Was that note? No! That note is wrong. It has to be wrong. Can't have all been for nothing. End of diary entry 31.
So there we go. So, OBS, where are you? We come into session 36. Everyone ready for another run?
We were running? Hold on. I wasn't told that we were doing leg day.
Run of what?
So with that, next morning, after the team has returned to Lumen and gotten some rest.
Save for one. Oh, okay. I'm a little stiff. Okay, well, good morning, everyone, I think. Is it a good morning?
We're
I hope so.
alive. That's about as good as we're gonna get.
Levi, are you all right? Caster? The two of you seem a little off or sluggish. I'm not entirely sure what to say. Oh, he's still asleep. Never mind.
I just need to get my head on straight. Channel it. Between the fighting yesterday and trying to use that untapped power, it took a lot more out of me than I had expected.
I see. Do you want me to take a look?
Thank you, but no, I'll live. I should be fine.
Everybody always denies me when I am the most concerned, but I won't pry. Is Levi still asleep over there?
He seems to be.
Wait, where's Apollo?
I mean, he ended up leaving the room last night, so probably stayed up a bit late.
As a note, Apollo never went to bed.
Oh, Hey, Levi. Morning?
Levi's just quietly looking around the room carefully before just leaning back on the bed. Just like, okay. Morning.
I'm going to assume you had nightmares.
Yeah.
Seems to be a recurring theme for this team.
Which is
th-
strange considering I have not had one.
This is
Count
the
yourself lucky.
first that I have had in a while.
Do you want to talk about it all?
Nope.
It doesn't do you much good if you hide it from us.
Have you ever had a dream so realistic that you're kind of concerned it's going to become a self-fulfilling prophecy if you bring it to the real world?
Hmm,
I've had
not
that for decades. Or at least a decade.
I mean, I don't think I remember ever having that experience, but go on.
It's kind of what I feel right now. Hence, I don't want to go any further with this.
You don't want to jinx it.
Correct.
Well, right. You're free if you do want to talk.
Maybe later.
I see the night patrol is awake.
Night patrol. Oh. You would just glance over for just lifting a hand before looking back to watching the Sableye.
Well, he's still playing that piano. Does he ever take a break?
He does sleep. But you'll never find him when he's sleeping.
Probably for the best.
If he's not asleep, he's playing. When he's not playing, he's asleep. Or eating.
Well, what do we have on the docket for today anyway?
Pauses a moment, think like, oh, right, he's not here today, is he? So, let me go ahead and explain this much. Since the Guild Master's out right now. Wait, huh? Hey, Padrock, Caster. Y'all may
Yeah?
recognize this.
You need our assistance?
Yep. Our displaced friend here wrote something down.
Who's
Oh,
talking?
this I gotta see.
This one.
Yeah, I couldn't tell that. I assumed it was Levi the whole time.
No worries.
All right, let me see.
I see what looks like a big splotch.
As the team comes in to look at the papers while Emil is playing.
Doesn't that look a little familiar?
Well, that can't be right.
Huh.
We saw her If that's what I think it is, let me. I'm assuming this would be Pokemon Ed.
Yeah. Does look familiar.
If that's what I think it is, or rather, who I think it is. I mean, we saw her yesterday.
I know we've seen that kind of figure before. something Shao?
Mian Shao is the name you're looking for.
Yeah, looks like others of that kind, but doesn't look like it has any distinguishing features to it.
You might look again.
Agreed.
Glace, can you bring up the image again?
I can click on it.
Levi just points to the tails.
Yes, see there.
Oh. Wait,
She did mention she's the only one of her kind that's had that. Or at least, what I remember.
why would it have... I mean, that was... Neil is from a long time ago.
So how does she know her? How does he know her?
Well, I'm just saying, in like 3,000 years, I guess something like this could have happened twice. I don't know the possibility of this species somehow having two tails.
You think as if some sort of ancestor.
I'm just saying we don't completely cross out possibilities.
Oh, that reminds me. Didn't she say she's from outside of Cassia?
Which, again, shouldn't be possible.
That's... I dare say that's a red flag.
And I think there's a lot of shouldn't be possibles that are going on these days.
Don't remind me.
Renia. Let's see if Renia is in town.
You know,
Levi just glances to Luvi. They seem like they were friends with them, right?
you're probably right, and she did mention that she wanders all over the place, so there's probably people that she knows that we don't.
Gotta appreciate a nomad for what they know. Or shun them for what they don't. Either way. Let's go see if we can find her. And probably Linsula. If they're around.
Glacy,
Mhm.
is there anything else in the notes?
Mostly just like nonsensical scribbling.
Okay.
Like half of it doesn't even look like words. It's like it looked like Emil attempted to write things, but couldn't do it and gave up.
Gibberish.
And he doesn't really pay them much attention while he's just playing the piano.
Probably shouldn't disturb him much more than we already have. Let's head out.
He probably wanted us to see this, but very well.
Don't know if there's much we can really glean from this.
The more we learn, the less sense everything makes.
Much.
Now, I think there's one lesson we might take from this.
And that being?
Everything you know is wrong.
Harsh.
Makes you wonder every now and then.
Now, where in the world could Apollo be?
Knowing him? With his girlfriend?
Across the lake?
Most likely.
Well, I'm not going to disturb him if that's his comfort zone.
I had to refresh for a second.
No
Okay.
worries.
As Levi's passing by, Kua is going to approach the path.
Hello, Kua.
Morning. Hey, Levi.
Hello.
Wanted to make sure to check the things were all right after I had dropped you off last night.
Oh, yep, I'm good. Could still walk.
Well, good to see you're doing with more energy today.
Yeah, last night was rough. Okay, we did a lot,
I'm
but
sure you could say that for the day in general.
screw that. Either way, I've all but recovered from the events of yesterday. Just trying to keep it up.
That's good. As I said, now that get some rest. Want to do training? Might do some good. Good to see you took my advice.
I mean, you said if I rested, I'd be able to train with you, so...
Indeed, I did. I'll see you at the training grounds later when you're ready. And with that, he'll take off.
He is very fast when he wants to be.
He's also very quiet.
The perks of flying.
Perks of being a bat.
Also, that.
I have to...
Meanwhile,
Levi
at
just
Keck-
pauses looking to the... Huh?
Say, meanwhile at Keck Shop, hi, Soft Sand.
What is soft sand?
Nice.
Boost
Boost the
ground
power of ground type moves.
Levi, meanwhile, looks at the infirmary and is like, right. I have to go tell her that, do I? It may just get her to stand up.
Try to be gentle about it. Oh, who am I kidding? It won't matter.
If I try to sugarcoat it, she may get up still, and it won't be a good time for me. But let's at least try and find Linsla and make sure we don't have something waiting for us. Preferably, I'd rather not get ourselves killed again today.
The
Yeah.
tavern. The tavern tends to be the gathering point. So
Indeed.
that's probably our best bet.
Well, of course, I have to check and see what TMs they have every day.
Oh boy.
Seems the leaders are gathered.
Speaking of Ezzy,
Morning, Glacy.
Hey guys. Did he sleep well?
Absolutely not.
No, not too surprising.
Well, that's good, I suppose.
So, what's on the docket for today? Oh, actually, I suppose I should be asking you. he says, looking over to Linsla and the Guildmaster. Oh, right. Morning to you both.
Morning to you too.
Morning, Linsel.
I'll have your funds for the last mission prepared in a bit, but Glacialis has some things to say.
Shouldn't we have Apollo here with us?
Yeah, that's fair. But I'm sure he'll catch up in time.
I mean, if either you have one of those fancy orbs, I can yoink him and use it.
Do these badges have a range?
I'm not sure using the badge in town would... Levi pauses and thinks. Actually,
What?
would that work?
I mean, it moves us forward to technically the safe spot, or does it just not activate in the safe spot?
Good question.
I would make a guess, but that's not my expertise.
Levi just gives a visible shrug.
If we want to do a meanwhile, we can go over to see what Apollo's doing.
Do-do-do-do.
Sure.
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 All right. Meanwhile, across the lake, Apollo is. Hang on just a second. Okay. I had to trick dynamic lighting into working again.
Yeah.
Apollo is currently curled up with Aracella, just nestled right into her arms. While he's sleeping, well, not comfortably, mentally much better than he would have if he had gone back to sleep with the rest of the team at the guild hall. And as the morning sunlight falls across both him and Aracella, Apollo's eyes begin to slowly open up just because the sun's hitting it in just the right area, and now he's mumbling in his sleep.
Aracella has just been like laying with her head over the shore next to Apollo, and she twitches a bit when she hears him mumbling, opening her eyes.
Morning already. Apollo just lazily says,
It is, dear. You're sleeping quite soundly. If not, rocking a little in your sleep.
I thought that was you who was doing that to me.
Did you sleep well?
Wasn't great sleep, but you definitely helped a lot. Apollo says before leaning up and nuzzling into Aracella's cheek.
She kind of like brushes her nose against him.
Well, I really should be doing this more often. Didn't know that sleeping with a Primarina would be so, well, fun.
If not wet, you should probably dry yourself off. Don't want to
Maybe.
catch a cold.
Yeah. Mom would never let me live that down. Apollo says before standing himself up and doing a downward dog stretch, letting his forepaws stretch their claws out a bit before digging into the ground before him.
Yeah, looks like we have company.
Apollo turns around and sees a certain float soul approaching.
Why, hello there. Good day.
Hi, Sapphire. Paula says, not expecting to see the float soul out at this particular hour in the morning.
She'll be hanging just on the side of the ground, just like you hang outside of the pool while swimming under it. How does it go?
Kind of just woke up. Yesterday it was not a good day to be me. But how about you?
Oh,
you-
look at you. She'll just pat your head. Such a worried little bean.
Still cannot believe that my dad does not like you calling me that. Paul says before leaning into the pats.
Anything exciting you gonna do today as a rescuer, or?
Can't imagine the team and I are going to be going out at all today, but I'll see what they have planned for today. Probably just go hang out with them. Then again, your company would be pretty welcome.
Oh, would I wish to go, but I'm almost like done with most of rescuing things lately.
Well, even if you're done with that stuff, it's not like you wouldn't be welcome among that crowd.
Oh,
Gotta
I'd
be-
love to at least say hi to all of them.
Even that would be enough.
Then it's settled. Should go say hi then.
All right.
Just woke up recently, was having a long nap.
No doubt on your deer, right?
Well, I was like hanging around my sweetheart, of course.
And I see you and Claire inside most days.
Oh, of course. I've been just having the greatest time living with Claire. Odd enough, once you're done with rescuing things, you really slow down in life.
Yeah. Paul says, before, he thinks about a certain thing and then looks at Sapphire. Have my mom and dad told you yet?
About what?
You remember your guildmaster, right?
Yeah, Oh, he was so adorable. Always worried about us. Should have seen him in action.
Well, I mean, maybe you can talk to my parents about it a little more, but, Paul leans up and whispers.
Oh?
Sapphire. It's me. It's always been me. Paul says before leaning back and looking up at the float soul.
A moment. Of course it's you, dear. Such a cute bean. She doesn't get it yet.
Well, maybe my mom can explain it to you a little better, but the fact that my parents insisted my name be Apollo, that wasn't an accident. And it looks like one of my teammates. Oh, actually, never mind. I was misreading the chat.
Mhm.
Well, she's speaking with my parents. I can actually see them from here. Shall we?
Okay. Lead the way, Mr. Bean, you.
Why don't you just stick with Apollo?
Apollo Bean it is. See, Mr. Apollo was, well, a name for someone so special back then, you know?
Well, maybe a chat with my parents might clear up a lot of the confusion that you and I are having this morning with regards to that.
Oh, absolutely.
Been hearing great things about Beryl recently.
Oh, Oh, my sweet Beryl. How are they doing?
Well, they, along with the rest of Team Vanguard, have been they've been busy lately. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, yeah?
Mom, Dad, Paul says, approaching both Artemis and Moria.
Well, if it isn't the two love hearts here.
Long time no see, Sapphire.
Oh, it's been so long. Hugs you. Mwah.
I'm
Pretty
imagining that Sapphire's face is now just like smushed in against the chest cloth.
Of course. Oh, you're so fluffy, like I remember.
He gives a small pat and just looks over to Moria, just like help me.
Well, ran into Sapphire this morning. I did try to tell her about me, Mom. About what I am. Can you vouch for me on that?
I can't believe you named it after Mr. Apollo. What a man, he would have loved that.
Well, about that Sapphire.
Oh?
It's not something we want to become common knowledge.
We can trust Sapphire with this, right? I mean,
Oh, I'm all for secrets, and I intend to keep them. Really, I do. I have a book full of the ones I'm keeping currently. How dear my having to keep track of all these.
Artie squints at her real hard.
I mean, I have my book here. Waterproof, too. I have all my secrets here. Here's an empty page. What should I write down?
How many does she have?
I don't know how out of character. I don't know how many is Scott given Stella.
I have more secrets than you can imagine, dearie. Secrets of the past, secrets about you, secrets about your origin. Oh, so many secrets. Secrets from Claire. That could be an entire
Oh,
novel,
dear.
if you know what I mean.
Sapphire goes on to post a whole novel, The Secrets of Cassia.
Don't tempt me now, sweetheart. Alright. What is this big secret you all are talking about here?
Paul just
dying
looks
to
to
meet the
Moria
crew.
and then nods.
Well, I'm sure some of my abilities are of no surprise to you, Sapphire.
Secret abilities. Got it.
What with being
No
a ghost type.
surprise. Go on.
What with being a ghost type and having lived as long as I have, having experienced what all I have.
Ghosts experience.
I took it upon myself when the old guildmaster died. I took it upon myself to make sure his spirit would have another vessel.
Whose spirit, you mean, just for clarification?
The old guildmaster, Apollo.
Okay, there's many other old guildmasters. I thought it could have been someone else. So, Mr. Apollo's soul, what do you... Wait a minute, do you get permission from Mr. Apollo first? That sounds, like, kinda rude. Oh, whatever, it already happened. You tell me what.
Me frantically trying to come up out of character. Me frantically trying to come up with a good response from Moria.
Apollo just leans over and gives his mother a nuzzle.
I made a judgment call.
You made a call of judgment. So
I-
you're
Good.
I'm gonna make an assumption that your goal was to save his soul somehow. You wanted to keep this spirit in this realm, and oh, you. She's gonna look at Apollo and like, oh, you sick son of a. Bitch. I know what you did.
Excuse me?
Oh well. She's gonna walk over to Apollo. Well, it's nice to meet you again, Mr. Apollo. How
Nice to meet
goes?
you, Sapphire. It's nice being back in the game like this again. I will say having an actual team that I get to spend more time with is it's rewarding. Kind of makes me jealous of what I put the two of you through back in my day.
Oh,
Says looking between Artemis and Sapphire.
nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. One moment. Gotta turn the page here. This is exciting news, actually. Oh gosh, look at you, reincarnation in the flesh. You are a marvel, Mr. Apollo.
Well, I don't quite have the utility that I used to, but I think I'm getting used to the. I can see why it was Artemis was as effective as he was.
Leveled down, have to go start from zero. Is the price of reincarnation? Let's put it like that. So you new game plus. I see how it is.
I don't know if this is really a game, but
Oh, I'm just joking around, dearie.
Are you just going to deadpan? You get brought back, and now you're complaining.
I'm not complaining. I'm making an observation. I used to be able to walk on 2 legs, but now I get to run on 4.
Negative observations are commonly known as complaints, Mr. Apollo.
Well, Apollo gives himself a quick shakeout. Then again, I suppose if I'm ever in a much colder place, it's not nearly as much of a problem for me now as it was then.
So did you have to do any ritual circles or, make some spells to make this happen? Or do you just use the power of love to make this happen, Mr. Artie?
This was all my mother's idea.
Miss Moria, I didn't know you had it in you.
Artie will speak up. It was her idea. It was her idea. I helped to convince her that having someone like Apollo around may be necessary. As for the actual mechanics and specifics about how he was brought back,
Just the spiritual side. No need to go into that much detail. I know all about that already.
now it's Moria's turn. Let's just say I needed to keep his spirit safe until we found a proper vessel. And it took a long time to both find one, realize who the best vessel would be, 1, and 2, it took a lot out of me to keep that spirit safe for as long as I did.
Follow-up question. I'm going to another page here. One moment. Some corrections on reincarnation is real. It is not made up nonsense by zealots. Okay. Next, follow-up question. since you chose a vessel from someone, that means that that vessel had a spirit. What do you do with the remaining spirit that you had to extract from the body in order to put Mr. Apollo's soul into that body? Or am I getting something wrong here? This is really exciting, by the way.
Out of character, my connection kind of fuzzled there.
Oh.
What was the question?
No, this is a Moria question.
This is a Moria question, yeah, for sure.
Oh boy. Artie's gonna kind of just blush and look away, and Moria's gonna take a moment to compose herself. When, as you say, the spirit originally residing in the host would have to be dealt with in somehow. Either they would just fade away, or we would put them in another vessel. What we ultimately decided on, as it seemed to be, as it was simply too cruel to replace anyone with another soul, no matter how important they might be. And we didn't find a suitable vessel. When...
Oh, I mean, of course you found a vessel. You have one right here.
Let me explain.
Okay.
When we realized that we needed to raise this new Apollo into who he was going to be and who he needed to be, we out of character. I'm trying to think of how to best phrase this diplomatically.
Diplomatically.
Take your time.
Yeah, take. It's okay. Take your time. I got assistance from Patrick. That's how I would phrase it.
Yeah.
Probably.
When we realized that we needed to raise this child on our own, so we decided that the best time to infuse this soul, so to speak, was when we learned that I was, she sort of gestures and pats down towards her belly.
Oh, I mean, obviously, current Apollo here is your son, right? I mean, duh.
Yes.
Another one? But anyways, this is very interesting stuff. However, my question still is unanswered. What do you do with the soul that you created with? You're not just born without a soul, right? Like, when you're an egg, you're not soulless, you're there. So what do you do with the soul that was there? From conception. Unless Mr. Apollo, that means you have someone inside of you still. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. Hold on. Oh god, my pen is running out. These Wingle quills, they never make them as they used to.
Out of character, this is why we use Pelipper.
Gosh, oh my god. So much details here.
Elizabeth, no!
Oh, I'm sorry, was that too existential? You did call you did call someone that was like, experienced with occult stuff,
No, it's complicated. We tried to we tried to ensure that the soul was implanted early enough on that.
Oh,
how to phrase it?
I'll interrupt your sentence and finish for you. I see what you mean. You put the soul in before a soul existed in there. Right? So that
Yes.
means that when people are born, or before people are born, spirits roaming the world is like sort of like a game of like who gets there first. A total battle royale, if you ask me. Who gets to be in the egg?
Mori's just gonna let that one sit. Let that one sit. She's not touching that one.
I mean, Aluvi's over here staring at her like, what is in that thought process?
Man, oh man. I have learned so much today. Thank you, Mr. Artie, Miss Moria, and Mr. Apollo. I'll still call you Bean, though, Mr. Apollo.
Apollo just face pause a moment.
Don't worry, be happy. That means that you don't have another being within you. Isn't that great news?
You haven't changed a bit, Sapphire.
Oh, I have changed plenty, but in ways that you will never know. That's my secret. And I have a book about that back at home.
Well, it is good to see you again, Sapphire.
Oh, of course.
Well, I'm gonna go find the rest of the team, but
Oh, I'd love to meet all of them. I've not spoken to a lot of people lately since I've,
You know, Apollo, we're right here.
I've been, hanging around with dragon Pokemon a lot, and that's really my true passion here.
I couldn't possibly have guessed that myself.
I know, right? That
Chase-
one is a total secret.
What, chasing after Rayquaza and all those other dragon type legendaries all over again?
Rayquaza? Where? She looks
Not
around.
here. We had to get you all the way back to that library I sent you folks to over on Sky Peak, but you said it yourself. You're a little out of the job, aren't you?
I'm a little out of the job.
Maybe if you ask Fet. Nope, can't use that name. Maybe if you ask Guildmaster Ren over there really, really nicely, you might be able to get a rescue team to take you up there.
Oh, I'd be worse than an escort mission. Oh, I hated escort missions. I wouldn't want to put that burden onto any rescue team, dearie. That sounds terrible.
I put that burden on you folks when I was still recovering from the Metallus and Eternitus. Look how that turned out.
That is true. But I'm not as fast as I used to be.
Yeah, that's fine. You can probably keep pace with Alavi.
What's that supposed to mean?
Maybe not as fast as it used to be, but I'm sure your reflexes are better. Parenthood will do that to you.
He is not joking about that.
Well, I guess having a child helped a bit with reflexes and staying up all night, and man, the memories, the horrible memories of being a mother. But it's great. It looks at Moria.
Now it's Moria's turn to do a squint.
Yeah. Oh, who's this little guy? Well, not little, but you're still
Sapphire?
little to me.
Sapphire, this is our resident medic, Alavi. Alavi, this is Sapphire.
Try to change the subject. I heard what you said. What was that supposed to
Aluvi?
mean?
Oh, I love Aluvi. Iluvi? I'm bad at jokes now.
Is this payback? This is payback, isn't it?
Perhaps.
No.
Oh, you're so cute. Can I hug you? Is that correct? Would you like a hug?
As a side note, Aluvi is 3'11". A little bit taller than the average Rixon. I mean, you can if you want. It's not like I can stop you.
He'll spin you around and around and round and round and round
Okay,
and round
okay.
and round and round and round and round.
You spin me right round,
God.
baby, right.
Ah,
And
Okay.
she'll set you down.
Okay.
Don't worry, Alvy.
Ah.
Everybody gets dizzy their first time. I know I
Ah.
did.
ah.
Paul just puts a paw on Alvy's head, holds them still until they get their center of gravity back.
Your fur pattern is completely different. Are you diseased, or is that part of being a shiny Pokemon? What is your thing? Tell me all about it. I like to write down all the things.
Yes.
Well,
I've
Sapphire, remember what happened to you back when you went to Cassia City for the first time?
When I turned to normal, yes.
noticed. Pardon?
Well, see, I used to not be my own self, physically. I used to be a boy, but now I'm a girl.
Not
Rather,
like that. No.
So you didn't used to be a girl?
No.
Oh, so you have yet to be a girl then. I see.
What?
Yes. Oh wait, no, you already turned, right? Oh, your type changed. What type?
Just looks at Crystals. Looks back at her. I thought it was obvious.
I see. So rock then. Crystals are part of rock formations.
Correct.
Did I actually get that right? I was actually joking. I thought the true answer was ice.
No, I would have been surprised if you had said that.
My joking failed. What is this? Well, it is very interesting. How does it feel to be one of the worst? No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. What does it feel to be like a rock type? It's so different from being a fire type.
I couldn't exactly say, because it happened very early in my life.
Were you an egg dropped into the Cassia waters?
No.
Oh, so it wasn't during being an egg then. So you were a Fennec and then you turned, right?
Very shortly, yes. But not as short as you might be thinking. It was at least a few years. He
Would
just
you-
stares at her, just like,
Would you like? Do you feel comfortable with your typing?
I don't think I could turn back if I wanted to.
Oh, nonsense. Everything is possible. We are in Cassia after all. Looks around at Mr. Apollo and just keeps her mouth shut because it's a secret of what... Anything is possible if you look around with open eyes.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't be able to imagine myself as anything but a rock type at this point.
Not even sand type? It's like rock, but, you know, tinier and more comfortable, I guess.
You mean ground?
I like my type better.
Well, a Primarina a few yards down that way would agree with you.
Oh. Oh, I love Primarinas, so...
Well, that one's special to me. If you haven't noticed.
Ooh. She covers her mouth slowly. Apollo Bean, what is this? You didn't tell me.
You were
Wasn't
in
it
your own
obvious enough
home.
given where I woke up this morning?
I guess so.
You
I'll be
often
honest.
keep yourself in your own house.
I'll be honest, I've been pretty much in a very, I've been in an open relationship with Claire, so that thing, you know, that seems just normal to me at this point.
Yeah. You introduced me to her a while back. No.
Yes,
definitely-
of course I did.
I can definitely see why the two of you ended up together as you are.
Oh, of course. We support each other very much, and our dear Beryl too. But sometimes you want to venture off and have other types of fun, you know, and meet other people as well, and that's perfectly fine. We still live together very happily. Oh, Claire's one of a kind, irreplaceable in my opinion. Thank God I bumped into her thanks to Donovan. What is a poor little Donovan?
Yeah. Donovan's busy as ever, running his own outfit on the south side of town. Now, periodically, we see him coming over for his morning coffee with Salandit.
Oh, don't
coffee
bring that up
Salandit.
again.
I love coffee Salandit so much. Such an anomaly.
If you
Well.
ask me, I'm not all too thrilled whenever he's mentioned.
Well, show me to the rest of the team. I'd love to meet all of you guys.
He just points across the table. There they are.
Well,
The whole team? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Not that-
7,
that-
8,
no, not-
9, 10, 11, 12,
Luby,
Sapphire.
14.
you need to be
It's
more
not-
specific.
How was
14
I
members
supposed to
in your
kn-
team.
How was I supposed to
Impressive.
know?
so you see that Breakstone over there, as well as the Vaporeon right beside them, and the
She's gonna put her book away.
Raichu over there. Apollo points out to Levi, which here's a fun little thing for you, Sapphire.
Yes?
I want you to try and guess which type he is.
Oh gosh.
I'll have to guess when I talk to him, I think. It's gonna be a fun guessing game, as I did with you, Mr. Aluvi.
You are as aloof as a fairy type. Oh, don't tell me you're joking. No. No.
I am fairy type.
It's true.
Very well.
The heart didn't get. Don't answer that.
Did you say that in character?
Yes.
Well, I don't see you being a fairy type, and look at your heart.
Apollo just cannot help but snicker at that.
I'm gonna just hold my tongue on that one.
Are you just gonna step over, reach up, squish his paws against Sapphire's cheeks? We agreed not to talk about this.
And they're just very so cute.
He's gonna like nuzzle against her nose for a moment and then let go and take a step back.
Oh, Mr. Artemis.
Yes, Sapphire.
How dare you be that cute?
It runs in the family. Thank
Nuzzles
you.
back. Oh, I should go with Mr. Louis to meet the rest.
Edrock takes a deep breath as the Floatzel approaches.
Don't scare them now, Seth.
Oh, I
I'll be f-
won't. Don't worry. Oh,
Apollo just nuzzled under Sapphire's paw as he squeezes through the 18 tails plus Sapphire.
Sapphire's gonna grab Apollo and just hold him up, cradled.
Well,
Whispers.
This isn't.
Now I hold you, Mr. Apollo.
Yeah, I'm not getting out of this, am I?
Hello there. So you're the team from this little cute bean here. Pokes at your forehead. Take that.
The gem has been touched.
Yes.
Yes. Hello, it's,
2 Breaksons in the
Kinda-
team. Wow.
yeah. In order to get to meet another member of New Dawn, I'm Padrock.
Padrock. Why didn't you become the rock type and, Olivia still stayed the fire type? You are Pad Rock, aren't you? You should be the rock type one, I think.
Miss Sapphire, it's funny, but nobody's ever actually mentioned that except you.
There is no way that's the case. Almost drops Apollo but picks him back up. The joke is too easy.
Yes, so easy that nobody made it.
I have really changed. Looks at this into the distance as she says this.
She just has the 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah.
Are you alright?
Oh, I'm sorry. Times are changing and all.
That makes sense.
That is one interesting staff you have.
Oh, yeah, it's passed down from my grandmother.
There's nothing better than an amazing memento to pass down to generations. Imagine how many times that was passed down, huh?
We kind of lost the family history, so I wouldn't even be able to hazard a guess.
Well, secret family histories is my jam, darling. Let me see here. Mystical staffs. That's a green gem, ain't it? I have a few ones that are red gems, but nothing about a green gem. I'm sorry. This is my first time seeing this family heritage. I'm gonna write it down. Secret green gem staff passed down. You know how these things usually are. Maybe I'll find your family, and then that will be a cool secret to discover, ain't it?
Well, honestly, if you find something, at least tell me, cause good to know. If it helps at all, the gems, specifically emerald.
Oh dear, the cotton peeled off of this thing. If I hear something, I'll let you know. I may not adventure much anymore, but I do read a bunch about secrets and whatnot. I love myself a good gossip, too. Alright. That settles that. Well, it's nice to see a... Is that magic staff, or is that just for decoration?
Oh, it actually has some functions. I've recorded a few memories on it.
A few recording memories?
Wait,
That is
you did
ancient
what?
technology.
You know, like that time we... Sorry, out of character, can someone remind me of what the Nine's Tails name was that was like the ghost?
Elena.
Okay, thank you, cause like Adrock would remember that in character. Yeah, when we had that mission with Elena, Alubi, there was that message to
I remember you showing it to me. I don't remember it ever being a recording.
And I also Danica actually supplied a recording.
Wait a minute.
He was
Danica?
a fascinating. Yeah.
Is she a fan of some of the old teams of Cassia?
I wouldn't worry about it.
Oh dear. When someone tells you not to worry about it, it means that it's a secret, and I should take a close look at it. I'll be asking around Danica soon enough.
Please don't.
No promises,
she'll
Dewey.
Someone's going to be mad at you, Panrock. Panrock.
Exactly. You don't want people to be mad at me, do you?
Well, they may be mad at you, but not at this cute face here.
I mean, if they're gonna be
If it
mad
wasn't
at...
clear, I meant my face.
To be fair, you could just say it was me who said it and leave Padrock out of it.
But that's not true, isn't it?
And I think Danica will know if
Well, if you
Someone
just tell me
mentioned-
the information, then I won't have to pry around now, will I? That secret will be mine,
Hadrock's
honey.
going to glare and say, not at Danica, the Danica.
Oh, I see. Padrock, was it? Yes?
Yes.
I'll
Yes.
visit your home soon and discuss this more in depth.
Wait, which home?
I'll find your house, don't worry.
Is
I
that
know how
a
to
really
find
good
these things.
idea?
You mean the place where our team rests?
Yes. I mean, that is your home now, isn't it? I always called my rescue base my home back then.
Okay, cuz.
I'll tell you this much: you won't
There.
find my actual home. He just
Oh,
mutters to
nonsense.
himself.
Everyone has a home. No matter where it is, there's always home in your heart.
Castor's like, why did that sound like a threat? You trying to find his home?
I think she was making it a threat.
So, what about this cute little guy here? Pokes at the Vaporeon's forehead. No, not pokes at the Vaporeon's forehead. Rather, it's like kneels down to look at the Vaporeon.
Castor's gonna let out a small sigh and, well, you may not recognize me like this, but actually, were you in town? Anyway,
What?
I'm Castor. I'm Apollo. I'm Vulcan and Aaron's son. He's gonna nod down towards the Florian, then Typhlosion.
Aww. Adorable.
Apollo and I
Children really are the future.
Apollo and I grew up together, more or less brothers. I always prided myself on being Amy's grandson and Artie and Moria's great grand. He counts and tries to do the math in his head. Great grand something.
Aw, that's just so adorable. And what about your coloration? Are you diseased or is that a shiny type?
Aluvi just like looks away at the mere mention of that.
Or did you have a type
I-
change?
I'm type changed, but not in the way that you think.
That makes no sense. Everyone gets type change to a different type. Did you type change into water? Because that would just make you a regular Vaporeon.
If that was the case, then this wouldn't be as frustrating, and this wouldn't be as frustrating as it is.
Is that something that could actually happen?
No, it's not.
Out of character, I'm just imagining a water type Eevee now.
Yeah.
That'd be so
Evolved
redundant.
into Vaporeon. This is awkward.
That'd be so redundant.
It evolves into the Vaporeon plushie with the upside down head. Where was I? Back on one of our early missions when I was still in Eevee, the cultists we encountered essentially threw me into a pool. This was over in some of the Cassia ruin, the ruins of Cassia town proper.
Ah, type change water. And did you also wait? Let me guess. It's 50-50. And you used to be a girl, right?
No, I did not.
Was I the only one who changed? Anyways.
I think
Yeah.
it would be,
You-
considering that's so unheard of.
Sapphire, you're the only one I know of who has ever reacted like that to type change in water.
Maybe it's something to do with being a fairy type.
Possibly.
No, that makes no sense.
I don't know.
said pool had one of the parts of had a not insignificant part of Eternitus's corpse in it. I damn near drowned in it.
Pulls up book
And-
immediately.
I don't.
Go on.
I damn near drowned in it, and when I finally pulled and dragged myself out, I looked like this.
Eternitus corpse bath. Very good. How was the bath? Oh, you almost drowned. Never mind. Shouldn't ask that. Very insensitive.
Goodness gracious, is she always like this?
Question. Were you like... Was there any blood or anything on the corpse or anything?
The water was poisonous.
Is Eternitus' blood purple?
It could be.
I mean, it would have been dead for so long that I can't imagine it's still bleeding.
I mean, when we
That was-
faced it back then. Yes. Interesting. I wonder if type change works that way. Oh, it could be like a baby Eternitus. No, there's no way that works that way. Nonsense.
Caster's gonna bite his tongue real hard.
Should we even tell her?
Any side effects from the type change? Because you already... So here's the thing. Normally when people say their type change, they just mention how their type has changed and that they're not the same as before, but you said that it was different. So how different that is gets me intrigued, especially when you were next to what is presumed to be the body of a legendary Pokemon.
As it was explained to me by Zane and the other doctors, they think what happened is that the Eternitus essence, whatever you want to call it, it bonded with my DNA. You know, Eevees can evolve into so many different Pokemon. Their DNA is already so malleable.
They're open to any kind of nonsense, you're right! Eevees really are the most adaptable of Pokemon out there. Oh, this is exciting. Oh, it's like a baby Eternitus. Oh, look at you. But you don't look the part, you just look like a Vaporeon.
That face. Turning on.
Oh my god.
Turnion. Can't
Let me roll focus again. See if he blurts something out.
It's you, big
I'll be
spice.
real decent.
He's gonna just grumble beneath his breath.
Apollo Bean, can I put you down? You're almost falling asleep in my arms, dearie.
Yeah, that's not me that's falling asleep, that's my arms.
You have arms.
Can I hug you, dearie? Looks at Castor.
All
He
right.
can be very squishy.
But I mean hug, I mean hold you up for a moment.
Oh no.
This is
She's gonna hold you up just like she held up Apollo, sorry.
just like,
Oh,
this
no.
is mine now.
Maybe if I hold you in my arms, maybe I can grow bigger myself. Who knows?
Castor just like scruffed like a cat, and he's like, I don't know how to feel about this.
She's so brazen when it comes to it, isn't she?
So this is your whole team, Mr. Apollo. I mean, Apollo Bean.
Apollo is missing.
Padrock turns to Zephyr. Well, there's still one more that you need to meet. He turns over to Levi and gestures for him to come over.
Might as well bite the bullet while you can.
Oh, you didn't mention the Raichu. Come over here, dearie. I don't bite.
Okay. Excuse me, Zane? What's up?
She had already put her book away.
Levi basically just casually walks over. His tail moving about right behind him before moving mostly at a distance from the others, just to make sure not to crowd around too much, especially given casters being scruffed.
Huh. That's weird. There's something about you, but I can't put my finger into it. Oh, sorry, onto it.
Other than the fact that he's green.
I mean, he is green. He's evidently either diseased, shiny, or type changed. So what's your name?
What is it? What is it with you and diseases?
Oral? Rude!
What's not rude? People get disease all the time.
No,
Yes,
no.
not to be sick. Oh,
I'm sorry, I was out of character because
Okay,
what
never
I
mind.
said.
It's literally a case of, if they were diseased, I would know about it.
Okay. Right. I go by Leviticus. Nice to meet you, Sapphire.
That's a cool name. It sounds pretty, you know. Is he like the leader of the team? He has like a leader sounding name.
Yeah, that's my job.
Of course, of course.
You don't believe him, do you?
Well, stranger things have happened when I was a rescuer for New Dawn.
I will chalk that up to a yes.
Either way, no, I'm not the leader. If anything, I'm just some guy that knows how to fight.
Ah, so you're the brawler of the team. You're like Donovan.
Oh yeah, you should see his seismic toss.
Ooh,
Okay.
seismic toss. Hold on. Seismic toss. You know that move? I didn't think Raichus could learn that move.
Levi's gonna just look to Caster because he didn't know how Donovan fought, but hey, he'll take it as a compliment. Yes, I do know the move Seismic Toss. I've used it to, if I may so brag, brutal effect.
Now that's the kind of rescuing I like to do. Sapphire will say will agree.
Come on, you're not gonna tell her you flipped a train?
A train?
Train.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say it.
Alright, that's an achievement in itself. It should be written. You know what? I'm gonna write that down in my book immediately. Pulls up book with one hand, try to move Caster to her arm in a way. Writes down the train thing as fast as possible, and then puts the book away. No, don't worry. I won't let you go, Mr. Caster. You're too adorable to let go.
Oh, I thought
So-
that was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Scott.
So what's your deal?
Hmm?
You look strange for Raichu. I mean, Raichus are more. Let me be blunt. Raichus are more fat, but you look much more different than a regular Raichu.
You did
Brawler
hear that he's a
too.
brawler.
But
That,
just because you brawl a lot doesn't change your shape in that direction. I mean, You have green in you, of all things. Are you plant type or something? No, wait, it was grass type. Grass type.
I assure you, I have no. Wait, he takes his pause. Yes, I don't have a green thumb.
But you have those things on your arms that look like vines. Wait a minute. Looks closer. You have... Are those... Oh, you love dragons too. Those are dragon tattoos of sorts. Wait. Tattoos? Sure, tattoos. So you got them. Right? Who gave you those tattoos? I'm kind of curious.
It's actually something I got when I was born.
Born?
And, well, I didn't get it at birth. It was given to me at birth, and the marks just kind of changed as I got older.
That's strange.
Although Apollo did mention one thing about me that I'm gonna just let you guess. Since he wanted you to guess it, I'll follow the rules this time.
I already guessed grass type theory, but I guess I got it wrong, so I already lost.
Touché.
But I can give another guess, I suppose.
That's 2 out of 3.
That bug. Well, electric is obvious, but you have a new type to go along with it. Fighting, because you suplexed the train.
Levi just glances over to the guildmaster. To be fair, I can fight, but I'm not a fighting type. Although you are correct. He lifts a paw and just shows a few sparks and along his paw. I am still an electric type.
She nods.
Green sparks.
Green sparks, yes. Either way, I'm gonna just point to these and let you wonder. He just points up to his horns.
Wait a minute, those are horns?
He's gotten himself stuck on the bed several times with them.
Yes!
Wait a minute, are those natural, or...?
I got them when I evolved. And type changed.
I'm gonna roll for again. No! No wonder my senses were perking up. Are you dragon type?
Give the lady a prize.
Caster, I'm sorry, but you're dropped to the floor.
Splat.
I'm sorry, but she's gonna hug you without permission right now.
Uh-oh. Ah!
Oh my goodness, look at you! A dragon right, you of all things! Oh, you're so precious! Look at you!
Yeah.
Oh my god! Oh, you're so cute.
Help.
What? Do you want me to
No.
get her off you, Levi?
She's gonna actually put you down. She's gonna check herself, like brush herself off. Check her, like, neck thingy. Prop it well. Well, I I don't know how to say this to you, but I am a dragon type enthusiast.
I've
Oh, I
heard.
imagine you are. 'Cause
Levi also pauses, looks himself over, just checking. Okay, I'm not burning. Good. Good. Not this time.
We'll grab your hands and ask you, dearie, have you ever felt the embrace of a fairy type before?
I mean, you did
You're
just
on
hug
your
me.
own with that one, Levi.
you did just hug me. But otherwise,
The loving embrace of a fairy type, dearie.
Bedrock's gonna raise a hand. Hey, Levi, do you want a running start?
Oh. Is
I'm
he
not sure-
fast?
Depends on what you call fast. He's pretty fast.
I may just recover some of my old back in the day speed just to, chase down a cutie dragon like you.
Hmm. Levi pauses and thinks about it. I think a head start wouldn't be that bad.
All right. Badrock's gonna step forwards and attempt this to give Levi a head start.
Danica.
What are you trying to do? Hypnosis? Oh no, sorry, dearie. I dodged that.
Yep. Sorry,
Wait,
Levi.
wait,
You're on your own.
Flanking.
Oh yeah, there's flanking, but see, Sapphire's speed is pretty good.
In other words,
I don't
Hold
think
on.
speed evade.
I
Let
don't
me
think flanking applies if your ally's in a grapple.
Bind.
How's that?
But it's okay.
maybe.
Okay.
Wait.
Her evasion is 6. I'm very sorry.
Well, if they're in a grapple, that means they're vulnerable, which means they don't get to benefit from evasion.
No, it's the other way around. Levi's the one grappled.
Yeah.
Well,
Correct.
Levi
if-
cannot evade.
Oh.
I can. Rather, Sapphire can. Sapphire's feet are still pretty much planted on the ground.
Whatever the case, it misses.
Either way, it misses.
It misses, and Padrock steps away, saying, "Yeah, I'm sorry. It looks like you are on your own. I tried."
At least you tried.
Oh, don't
I-
worry, dearie. She will put you down. I may be a dragon enthusiast, but I'm not mean.
I was worried I was going to feel the intensity of 1,000 suns for a moment there.
But I will say, you have my you have my interest very well placed. I've never met someone whose type changed into a dragon before, of all things. You're the first one.
Come to think of it, isn't an electric dragon a little bit rare?
I can't think of any... Actually, I'm going to roll Pokemon Education. I can, in fact, think of one thing that does have it.
See, the closest Pokemon to be kind of like you is, I guess, Rayquaza, but not electric. But still, you're as rare as a Rayquaza, dearie. And you think I'm gonna just keep my eyes off of you? You're dead wrong.
Oh. Levi's just like trying to find the right words to even begin to answer that before.
Well, you're definitely green like a Rayquaza. I just got all 6s, by the way.
Nice. We were just trying to find the right words to answer that before just, you know what? Thank you. Thanks. What's that? I would ask what you were going to do in Tails, but I'm kind of worried what may happen, because I remember what happened last time I asked a question like that, and Glacialis breathed on me.
What? Well, to be completely blunt, I am in love with dragon types, so much so that I just can't handle myself, you know? I mean, my significant other, Claire, is a dragon type as well, but we're in an open relationship, of course, so I'm always down for more dragons.
I'm not... Actually, what does an open relationship mean?
She's awfully forward.
What does an open relationship mean? I actually don't know this. In character doesn't know this.
Well, it means that while I and Claire love each other very much, I am open to love other people as well, and we're completely fine with that. I mean, Claire has other, significant others of their own,
Oh. Okay. I see.
I tried dating other dragon type Pokemons, but they found me too overwhelming. Could you imagine that?
Are you
Perish
sure
the
they weren't
thought.
just afraid of you being a fairy type?
Oh yes, I am a fairy type if you're wondering, dearie.
That I picked up on that from the prior conversations.
Well,
This is
Mr.
the
Apollo, since you were saying that maybe I can join up in the future, maybe I will take you up on that offer if this cutie pie is here.
Well, I'll admit, from the time I took him on the team, Levi's grown on me. Apollo's saying
Thanks.
all of this from the comfort and security of Reuven's tales.
Ruben's
Ah,
just absent-mindedly
Fluffy
holding on.
if only I had the time to go today, but man, I have much to do. Much books to read, and I already made some promises to some people to meet up today. Otherwise, I would join immediately. A dragon Raichu! My goodness.
Raven's gonna speak up. I mean, if you ever want to go on an adventure, you still have a seat with us.
I do!
And Kua.
Oh, we can go up to our, mischiefs again.
Any day of the week.
But yes, Leviticus, right? Can I call you Levi?
Most of my friends do.
See, Levi is a more cute name for you. I cannot adventure today, but... Oh, if I had the time, I would go on an adventure with you. Get to know you better, maybe be friends. Sorry, I can't contain my excitement. And while it's true that I am, of course, maybe we can, sit down one-on-one. Have a little date. If that's not up with you, then that's fine. At least I get to meet you and see you in action. Which would be quite sufficient to me, even though a girl can dream.
We gotta pause things about it. We'll see in the future. But for right now,
That's not a no. That makes me even more happy.
Oh, you've been...
Well, I have things to take care of myself, dearie. Puts her book away. I'll see you in the future. Kiss cheek. Mwah. Bye-bye. Thank you for showing me your team, Mr. Apollo. It was a delight to meet them all. Maybe I'll take you up on that offer to go off on an adventure together.
Hey. Be just like old times.
Sapphire used Draining Kiss.
I did. Ta-ta. Goodbye, everyone. It was nice meeting you. Blows kiss at Levi. Mwah. Bye. See you soon.
take care.
Oh, right. I'm so sorry I dropped you, dearie. Ruffles your head. Pats you there. Did it hurt too much? I'm very sorry.
No, I was more startled than anything.
I feel bad. So, Araya, I have a hyper potion in my inventory. Can I give it to him?
Sure.
Apparently, I have a hyper potion in my
Hyper
inventory.
potion just in your bag this entire time. Jesus.
Yes, I didn't use it.
Amazing.
Sure.
Yeah, hyper potion is yours. Use that to heal up. Sorry.
Thank you, Sapphire.
Bye, everyone.
Don't be a stranger.
I have a meeting with Claire right now.
Don't be a stranger, he says.
I'm the strangest of them all. Oh yeah, thank you for the invite again, Area. I do have to leave, unfortunately.
You're good.
Thank you
Yeah.
for dropping by, Scott. It was a pleasure as always.
Yeah. Have fun, everyone.
See ya.
Good grief.
Bye.
It burns.
Let me guess. She used a move on you.
And I was muted.
Oops.
I was saying goodbye to Scott, and I was muted.
Ouch.
If you're watching the VOD, good. It was really good to see you. Alright, so as Levi approaches, Padrock's gonna give him a bit of a smirk and say, "So, congratulations on the new girlfriend."
This was not my intention.
He just pats him on the shoulder. You'll get used to it.
I'm not sure if this is what you'd call used to.
Levi, I think what you've experienced is a bizarre adventure.
Yeah. Yeah, that checks out. Meanwhile, Rain's gonna just speak up, seeing as the visitation is over. It's like, well, seeing as that's out the way, I'm sure you've all probably been made aware of it or could assume so, but Team Eclipse, you have the day off.
Regardless,
Go ahead, sorry.
there are still a couple things to discuss. And since Apollo seems to be here now, I think we can get on that.
Hey, Reuven.
Hmm?
May I?
Oh, sure. Reuben just quietly releases Apollo. Back onto his feet, not onto his back, of course.
Apollo just shakes himself out of it. Almost walks right into Serenity. Oh. Hi there.
Careful, dear.
As I've already gotten out of 2 of these kinds of engagements.
Are your arms still asleep?
Actually, I can feel the blood flowing back into them, so they're in that sort of prickly phase right now.
I just gave him a massage. He's fine.
He misses the jab I meant for him. Jealousy is so unbecoming of you.
I'm still not connecting with that. Any hoosers.
So, I have a question.
We're listening.
You mentioned a component Lars had to build something. What was it?
Some sort of temporal watch thing, jig on his wrist.
Did he say what he planned to do with it?
Use it to get home?
And he doesn't seem to believe that that will cause massive ruptures.
That
Oh, he doesn't care.
that machine can't be used. Lacey Alice just pushes her cup away and lets out a deep sigh. Ugh, I already have that damned Salandic jumping around. Crossing time is dangerous enough. It splinters the timeline, and in drastic cases you'll never see your home again. Crossing Biodialga's power or Celebi's is the only safe way to do so, and even then you leave fractures that can grow if not dealt with. People don't know how to prevent this with technology. Kess is unstable already, it never survived the event. Lars would be destroying it and his home doing so.
We tried to tell him that, but he didn't believe us. The zealots have filled his head with nonsense.
Can you really blame him though? He's desperate. He really thinks they're his only shot to get home. I don't agree with what he's doing, but I can understand where the hell he's coming from.
I wish you'd stopped him, but you didn't know, did you?
That's the thing. We did stop him, and he had a way to
Bolt.
get away before we could keep him stopped.
All we heard was a click.
I suppose the Necrozma didn't help either. Things must have been really hectic over there.
That reminds me. Did anyone else feel like they were a breath away from death when we were fighting that thing?
I was out of my damn mind just trying to hit that thing.
Even then.
The only time I felt that was before we fought it.
I didn't exactly feel off either.
When I've seen it before, that's when I felt breath away from death, but not at all during the fight. It caught me off guard, honestly.
What about you, Caster?
With trouble attacking it, or just general unease?
I felt like I couldn't breathe. Like whatever was keeping me going was just being stripped away from me.
The darkness itself was stifling, but beyond that, I didn't notice anything particularly strange.
Huh. So just me then. Just being in its presence felt like I was gonna die.
Like you couldn't move a muscle?
No, I can move.
Stand?
I can move. I can fight. It's just felt like I was on a time limit. Just like every second wasted was another second that I just felt like I could drop at any moment.
Given what you said about the Dark One, if that thing is it, then that's not really surprising.
What are you implying?
You still have the marks. It was probably using those.
Right. Mark of death. Oh, fun.
On the topic of Necrozma, Fierme sent a message back home requesting information on it in our timeline, but with the time dilation in this world, it could very well be hours or even days before we hear back. Unfortunately, Necrozma is an anomaly even in our world, so I don't know how much help we'll get in that regard. We're gonna be going blind for a while.
Across what? Who'd we lose?
That was Giga.
Yeah, I think we've got, yeah. She hopped out, or probably refreshing.
The thing's name is apparently Necrozma.
It's such a weird name.
Something like that.
I mean, makes sense. It necro death brings death to light.
Is that what that means?
I don't know the Krosma part, but the necro makes sense. It
Huh.
killed all the light in the room.
Huh.
Stealer of light or something?
Well, necro is like related to death.
Well, that's what I
Levi-
mean.
Oh, sorry, but
That's what I mean. It's almost as if he's stealing the light from the living or something. Is that how it works?
At least in my timeline, in old legends, it gets its name from turning the stars black. Necroplasma. Stealing the light.
Wait, I was right?
We still don't know much about it.
I mean, considering everything was so pitch black, I assumed I was making a haphazard guess.
Does anybody remember how Lars reacted when it showed up?
shocked.
Surprised.
It was like he couldn't even see inside. I mean, we could
sorry.
see it, but could he?
I don't think he could, because he wouldn't have stood there for the entirety that we were fighting the thing in the first place.
I mean, he was surprised right from when the portals opened.
And
I
that
don't
might,
think.
then that might mean he doesn't know about it.
Indeed.
It's a safe
But
bet.
how did?
that
Oh,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Caster.
it's a safe bet that a lot of the zealots don't know exactly what they're worshiping either.
I can confirm that. And
It's entirely possible only Lotharo knew the identity of Necrozma.
Hence his disillusionment.
Levi would just lift a paw. Two things. One, when we get these marks, we're told that we will serve the Dark One everlasting. They never told us what that means. Until, well, they don't tell us what that means. And the second thing. Until yesterday, I had no idea what the Dark One was. So, yeah, no. Caster's correct. The Zealots, maybe the leaders know, but the Zealots do not know what they're praising. Well, most of them don't.
Considering some of the notes that we found, they seemed disillusioned with even their leadership.
Typical cult culture, it seems.
Controlling information. Oh, actually, excuse me. Hey, Glacy.
Mhm.
How much do you know about how they work?
About the zealots?
Or about cults in general? Because there has to be more than just zealots out there.
Well, in my timeline, there was the Black Clan, but my focus was stopping them. I didn't really learn too much about them.
Let's see.
I'm sorry I wouldn't be able to help too much about that.
No, it's not a problem at all. It's just I'm trying to learn more about it, as well as, well, maybe understanding how it works. We can probably find a means to tear it apart.
Maybe.
That or I just keep going. We just go after the leaders and watch it all break apart ourselves.
Well, we did that once, and look what happened. 3 decades later.
Well, even sooner than that, but yeah, makes sense.
And with these rumors of Zarellan being back that I can't even fathom.
That's not something I want to think about.
Indeed.
Agreed.
If Pierre does get a response back from home, we'll let you know right away.
Is he here? Rain would just lift a hand to speak up. Speaking of heading home, me and Lindsay are going to be leaving town for a little while. Just looking to illumine ourselves.
I thought you said you couldn't go back there.
I thought I couldn't, although I didn't realize the leadership changed.
If this Kara person is the mayor and she doesn't even know where she came from, we're going to need to talk to her first.
That's the plan. And frankly, I don't feel comfortable sending you all somewhere that could have very well gotten you killed. So I'd rather take care of this for myself. And if everything's changed from what it sounds like, it should be a simple in and out.
But we'll probably still be away for at least the next day or two. So, for these next 2 days, you're to remain here. Maybe you find anything, let us know.
If you have any questions or need guidance, the 2 people you're going to look towards is either Z at the guild hall or Emmy.
I'll
Any
be
questions?
here all the time.
You can go on a break, you know.
Well, of course I can. That's why I have Rosa for.
Even then, like I said, Team Eclipse, that's who you're going to be responding to. Same for you, Nidon. Rain says, looking over to Reuben, who just quietly nods. That said, I've had your fun with Sapphire. I'm sure you have other plans today on what you want to do, so I wouldn't take too much more of your time. Anything else from Glacialis?
That's all for now.
Then I recommend you guys go and enjoy yourself. Have a good day.
Well, he wants us to go on lighter topics, so what do we have?
So do we get paid for that mission?
I was already coming around to do that. Apollo? Yeah, they're straight.
Holds out a paw. Yes, I'm here.
She sets in 750, then turns to Levi and does the same for him.
Thanks a lot.
Well,
thank you.
You went on an exceptionally dangerous mission, even if we didn't know it. And then she passes 750 to the other three. Each.
Well, everything you escaped from.
We'll let you know if there are any developments, but for the next couple of days we'll be away. So you take care, okay?
Noted.
Understood.
See you guys.
Either then. Let's see. We'll aim over here.
You know, that raises an interesting point. Have we really been only at this for a few months?
Exciting times.
I'm not sure exciting is the word I would use to describe it.
I'm being facetious.
I do have a recommendation, though. Levi spoke up, excuse me. Just me. For the for the sake of inventory, we should probably try and consolidate some of the things we have. Just make life easier for everybody.
Fair point.
Let's see. For example, does anybody else have any graveler rocks?
Got some here. Why?
Are you planning on using them?
Probably not.
May I have them?
He just kind of comes over, shows him the bag, and just kind of picks them out.
And he just quietly adds it to his own. How many of these are there?
Oh, these aren't graveler rocks, they're geopebbles. Apologies.
Oh, okay. No worries. Can't make a new stack right now.
Do you prefer these? You don't care for these, do you?
I don't care for the geopebbles. I'll stick to the graveler rocks. The geopebbles feel too small in my hand, you know? Let's see. Although, admittedly, out of character seeing this now, maybe wise just to do that part later on. Just item swapping. We have events to do today.
Yeah. I suppose we do. Badrock's going to say, giving a quick idle glance over the selections available at the shop today.
As for me, I'm...
You mentioned black gummy, and it's just like Lacey, like, stares.
You're literally going to have a race between you can get it between Apollo and Glacy. Oh, dear.
If she knows it's there.
If she probably
Lacey, you're an ice type. Why do you like black gummies?
I used to be an Umbreon.
And I used to be an Eevee, but you don't see me drooling over like
There is one question I'll ask you guys, though. Real quick. Levi says in character before pulling out the life seed. I want to use this on myself. Is that a problem?
Oh, that's cheeky.
Can't see too much of an argument with it.
Welcome back, Apollo. To make a long story short, Apollo, I'm simply asking in regards to the life seed. Can I use it?
I mean, sure.
Okay.
Maybe ask Zane to put it in a potion first, but
Oh,
the
that's
plan.
right. We might want to go ahead and use that lavender before it expires.
Exactly.
It's got maybe
I-
a day left.
I mean, if we're putting a seed in the potion, we already have a better candidate for it.
Huh?
Padrock's gonna hold up the joy seed.
Well, that's why we have two.
Yep, I have a lavender and Olivia has a lavender.
And if need be, I can just put it in stasis. You hear that, Zane?
Mm-hmm. I've been listening.
And I'm sure you won't mind if we do this then. Levi sets down the lavender and the life seed. I want to get a boost potion for these.
Very well then. He just reaches into his bag and pulls out some supplies and a book.
So, what is the boost potion again?
Boost increases the effect of an ingredients.
That said, Padrock, you're being offered a lavender.
If we put it in a potion, the potion can expire, and would we be giving the joy potion to?
Well, that's up to you.
If you were to use a boost potion for a joy seed, it would increase your level by 2.
Padrock's gonna glance over the team. So, who does the team think should get that bonus?
Personally, I don't really find a need for it.
I can see an argument made for you.
if Levi's getting the life seed, I kind of want to put him out of contention for this thing.
Boy. Yeah.
No offense.
Right.
Fair.
Padrock takes the lavender, and I guess I get to be selfish. I'll hand over the joy seed and the lavender to make the potion.
Let me just
Wait, what
delete
did
this from. Let me just delete
What
this
did you
from my
mean out of
inventory.
contention?
We're also making the joy seed boost potion.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't want that. I was gonna say give it to Padrock.
It is his joy seed, after all.
Yeah, but he's
So-
making sure that no one else on the team is going to have hard feelings if he drinks that.
Nope.
Same thing I did with Life Seed, but yes.
And if I remember correctly, taking this 2 levels will get you your high ability as an option.
We can decide that.
As a GM note, if you increase your level, your experience will reset to 0 for that level. They will not carry over. So if you're close to leveling up, you might want to wait.
Yeah, but how long does the potion last?
For Lavender, it'll last 2 days.
What if I used a black nightshade?
Black Nightshade lasts 5 days. And grants
It
10
would-
temporary hit points.
It should also fucking poison you, but
No, that's Deadly Nightshade.
oh really?
Mm-hmm.
Here I thought it was all nightshade.
Just Deadly. Black
To be
Nightshade
fair-
will last 5 days and grant 10 temporary hit points. And Lavender will last 2 days and give +3 to acrobatics and athletics rolls.
Well, that's a fun one.
Meanwhile, using a black nightshade lasts 5 days, gives double effectiveness, but also badly poisons you.
Double effectiveness on top of the boost.
Already boost,
Indeed.
but you get deadly poisoned. What if you're a poison type? You don't get poisoned.
Smile.
Could
Would
be the
di- would-
Salazzo effect.
Would Danica get poisoned as a steel type?
If it's corrosive, maybe.
A deadly nightshade would poison a steel type.
Good to know.
The one weakness to steel type and being poisoned.
So, how will you be making these potions? You have one life seed. What are you going to be using that for?
Life Seed's gonna be put into a boost potion with the lavender, and the rest is gonna be drinking it immediately.
Very well then.
Unless the lavender is... What does lavender do again? I'm sorry.
Lavender lasts for 2 days and gives +3 to athletics and acrobatics rolls.
See, in the case of because it's a life seed, it's a permanent effect for the increased HP, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got that.
And it life seed increases hit points by how much again?
By itself does 2, but when boosted does 5.
That's a sizable amount of hit points. That's almost 2 points of HP.
So, you want to use the boosted life seed potion for Levi?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. For a boost potion, that will cost 200. For the regular potion, it'll be 100, so that'll be 300, please.
Levi sets the money down without a question.
He takes it, takes the life seed and the lavender, pulls out a bottle, and starts mixing in other ingredients. And after a moment, he gives Levi the bottle. And here
Levi
you
was
are.
quietly... Oh, sorry.
Here you are.
Levi was just quietly watching the process before taking the bottle and looking at it. Oh, see, this is why I like you that much more. You do it by hand.
Yes, I
That's a
do.
machine. Okay.
I was
Like
raised
that?
from birth with Stellarian magic. Of course I do.
Fair enough. Compared to what I saw at the factory yesterday. I'm using a machine. He just knocks it back without an issue.
Eaton staring across the way.
And Levi gets +4 base hit points, or +5.
Let's see.
That is an increase of 15 hit points total.
And
And make sure these are base and not allocated.
Done.
oh, I thought it was 5 raw HP. Okay, so it's actually points.
Yeah, no, it's like 4 times 5.
Every point is just 3 hit points.
That just means I'll heal you for more.
Mm-hmm.
So, in the case of the Joy Seed, how are you going to be making this?
Olivia, you were offering the one that gives the 5 days.
It's up to you. Do you want the lavender or do you want the nightshade? I can do
I
either
think
one.
I prefer the night. Hey, Glacy, how likely is it for a power to level up in the next 2 days?
Fairly likely. Pretty likely, actually.
To be fair, what we can do is that we can stasis the lavender and have you use the nightshade, and that way you have more time to think about it. Is that good with you?
That's good.
A stasis spell on an herb will cost 30 Poke.
I will go ahead and throw that down.
Very well. Your lavender is now stasis.
Say lavender stasis. There we go. 2 days.
2 days, 3 acrobatics and athletics roll for the day.
What?
What will you be doing?
We have the other potion, the one that had using the one that gives 5 days, right, Alubi?
Yeah, I gave you the nightshade for 5 days.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
So you're gonna use a Joy Seed with a boost potion for Black Nightshade?
Yep.
If you do this, it'll increase 3 levels.
Yes, please.
Very well. A boost spell will be 200 using the Black Nightshade. 100 with the potion, so that'll be 300.
Sold.
He takes the Black Nightshade and the Joy Seed, puts them in the bottle, mixes ingredients, setting the spell on it, and then after a moment, he gives the bottle back to Badrock.
All right. Thank you very much.
You said
You're
that was
very
3
welcome.
levels?
Yep. Black Nightshade boost. Actually, no, that's Deadly Nightshade. Black Nightshade. That's 2 levels. Black
yeah, it's
Nightshade
like-
gives 10 temporary hit points, my bad.
Oh, yeah, I was like, hold on a minute.
Here's- So that will
So it
last
was-
5 days, give 2 levels, and 10 temporary hit points.
Yeah, because when you said 3 whole levels, I was just like, it wouldn't even matter if you lost your EXP bar at that point.
Can I do anything else for you two?
That's good for me.
Yep.
Anything I can do
Well-
for Castor or Apollo?
I don't believe so. Let me double check. I don't think I picked anything up.
You can always use herbs from other team members.
I need to think about this encourage seed.
What would happen if you boost a mental herb?
The mental herb wouldn't be boosted by the effect. It would only be, the mental herb is used as an herb. What you put in the bottle is a seed or a gummy or something else.
Ah, okay. So a mental herb is actually something you would put into the potion to be
Make it
used
work.
as the...
That's the herb.
Oh, okay. So since this thing doesn't have a duration on expiration... Oh, that's actually interesting. So it's like it has stasis, but doesn't.
Indeed.
I'd need to figure out what to do with the encourage seed. I don't have an herb on me, and I need to confer with the rest of the team.
What's encourage seed do?
All moves will hit, and crit range increased by 1 for next 3 turns.
Oh, that's actually not bad. Like, I got 2 herbs on me, one of which is stasis, the other one is just can be used as it is.
Since Apollo stepped away, can we go ahead and take like a 5-minute break or so? I've been
Sure.
I've been sitting here
Yeah.
for hours, and I'm
Yeah.
sore.
Yeah.
I'm
Go ahead.
old. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll take a little break. So how are our viewers? How's everyone doing?
is something.
Okay.
We have a question from Zen Jedi. Except that's for Caster, so we'll have to ask that when he gets back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go get a drink real quick. I'll be back.
Internist. This just in. Eternitus is an intern.
Fun mental thought.
He's an intern inside of Castor's head.
Damn it, Jerry! I told you to put the papers away.
I never would have thought of that. That's hilarious. PDF for the Pokemon RPG. I think what you're looking for is the PTU document there, Nightfire. I believe there's a Mega Doc somewhere for it. With all 3 erratas. Actually, heck, I can just send you the link for it. Okay, where did I last find it? Here it is.
Okay, I have food in the microwave, so I'll leave again in a minute to get that.
Hey, there you go, Nightfire. There's your Mega Doc. New friend, he asks. I think you need to specify on that one. Actually, you know what? I will just reply to this as is.
Oh, so how are you doing, guys, since you're leaving me here?
I'm sneaking in the corner, don't mind me.
That's fine.
Be right back, quick.
All right. I believe I am placed for what he's going to be doing in this afternoon. Now it's just a matter of everybody else. Hey, Xandar, I'm not sure about everything doing great, but I'm pretty sure everyone's doing great.
There you go.
Alright, and I'm back.
Thank you, Twitch, for your 160p. Why do you do this to me? Why do you insist? And stop it with these 30-second adverts.
There's Artemis here. Nope, not yet. Hi, Peck. Xander with the hydrate. After I just got apple juice. He's already back? Nope.
Turbo.
Hello.
Hey,
Apologies.
already. They're good.
I went to lay down for a little bit. My hip was starting to act up.
You have a question in AMA.
Let me steer real quick.
Oh, so I think Zan means control Eternitus.
Yeah.
I was making a joke about Eternitus being an intern in your head, and I thought it was hilarious.
They might be using voice to text.
Yeah. It's something I don't know how to process. On the one hand, being able to control it would be a huge boon and probably the best outcome for everyone. On the other, if I can't control it and it takes over again, then that's not something I want to think about.
Is everyone ready to continue?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Straight spec.
Did we
Right.
already answer the question for Caster?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Caster just answered it.
Okay.
So straight, you said you were back, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Alright. So, I think we can continue. So, back to the session. And who should we start with? Because we have a few scenes planned.
Alright. Not jump in the order, but like with the potions I've dealt with, I'm just gonna move Badrock to where his scene's happening.
Okay. I actually want to give the light to Caster first.
Yeah. And for Alavi, Zane's gonna motion for him to come over, so we'll do that after Caster. Okay. Caster, your show.
Okay. I feel bad. I feel bad because I know Giga's waiting with bated breath.
Speaking of which, she just dropped out again.
They're still in chat though, so we'll get to Giga and my things soon enough.
Yeah.
What's Apollo doing?
Straight, are you muted?
No, I was whispering something to Glacy.
Oh, okay.
Alright. Well, Caster's gonna be approaching his turn, so.
Okay.
Yep. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
Hey there. We heard about things that happened over in Lumen.
So many things have been happening these past few days. It's hard to keep track of everything. Everything is moving so quickly.
Indeed they are. But you're not here to talk about that, are you?
No. No, I'm not.
Open up. We'll listen to what you have to say.
How long were you going to wait to tell me? Or were you ever planning on telling me?
I planned on telling you at some point. I just didn't know when would be a good time. I would have rather have waited until everything was calm again, when there was nothing to deal with. But then this happened.
I want to believe you, but you told me that you told me for so many years that my grandfather was dead. And to know who he is and what he did,
Technically,
I can still barely believe it.
technically, for many years, that wasn't a lie. But it wasn't the truth that I wanted to have.
What does that mean?
I never thought he'd get out of prison. And had he never gotten out, maybe we wouldn't have had to have this problem.
So you did want to hide it?
Like I said, Caster, I wanted to tell you when things calmed down. We didn't get that lucky, though.
He's gonna rest his forepaws on the table and just lean his head against it and mull things over.
As I said, Caster, the blame for this goes on me alone. Don't hate your mother for it. Don't hate your grandmother. Don't hate Artemis or Moria. And definitely don't hate Apollo for it. He didn't know.
How do I say this? I believe you and I love you, but I think I'm going to need some time before I can trust you, either of you, again. For a little while, at least. There's a lot I need to come to terms with. I spent my whole life being so proud of I'm so proud of my heritage, being your son, being Emmy's grandson, being Artie's great whatever grandson. And now this. What a pompous fool.
Being related to Pan shouldn't change anything about you. It doesn't change anything about you. Where you come from doesn't matter in the long run. That doesn't shape who you are.
Oh, it shouldn't, but it shouldn't shape. It shouldn't. You're right, but it certainly shapes how everyone else perceives you, how everyone looks at you. If it was something to be proud of, if it was something to be happy about, then there wouldn't have been any need to hide it, now would there?
I suppose I'm sort of a hypocrite for thinking that way. Regardless, that's my view on things. Where we came from doesn't determine who we are.
It does make me wonder, though.
Mm-hmm.
If He's gonna look at the table and like kind of tippy tap at it nervously. If he is your dad, doesn't that mean that you are part of the new masters?
In name, yes. However, shortly before Team New Dawn showed up to take down Desolute, well, I had a falling out with him. After my mother died, I couldn't agree with the things that Pan was doing anymore. So, I left. Artemis agreed to keep my secret the way it was. I didn't need people knowing, at least not for a while.
I guess it makes sense that you two bumped into each other, considering the circumstances.
Technically, we were raised together. Oriana, my mother, she raised us both.
So what? He was your older brother?
You could say. Even though he's
Yeah.
technically... The line goes on and on. But yes, in Rebirth, he was practically my brother. I'm sure he has plenty of his own stories about my mother. Vulcan looks over at Artemis.
Artie just kind of dips his head for a moment. Those might need to wait for another time, though.
Perhaps so.
Most of my memories from that time are with regards to Pan. We both know he took a pointed special interest in me, given what he wanted. Well, given that he wanted to use me as a figurehead.
Pointed, yes.
If you... The Artie is going to continue. If you really want to know about Oriana, she was strict. She was... Oh, the music is starting to go finicky. She was strict. She was severe at times. But it wasn't in the harsh or cruel way that Pan could be. Especially when he fell into those fits of rage he was so prone to. She more wanted to... Looking back, it seems like she wanted to build us up and prepare us for what could be coming and what we may have had to do. She wasn't always the nicest person. She wasn't always a moral person. She wasn't even always a kind person. But when it came to us, Artie's going to gesture between himself and Vulcan, and trying to raise us, she tried to do what she believed was best and what was right for us. And that much I can't fault her for. If you really want to know more about her personally, though, besides myself and Vulcan, well, I'm sure you can guess who the best person to ask about would be.
That's if you ever want to go near him. I won't fault you if you don't. But don't curse yourself for being like that.
The other half of what has gotten, or sorry, this is back to Caster speaking. I didn't. The other half of what has me so worried, so stressed, is will I be able to control this power I have? Will I be able to control Eternitus? I don't remember a whole lot after. Well, I don't remember a whole lot after seeing red, so to speak. And after I remember running off, I remember talking to the team here and there, but beyond that, it's a blur.
When your mother and I saw that cloud above the town, we came here as quickly as we could. We knew what had happened. We wanted to make sure you're okay, but I'm sure you have other concerns. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine. He just lowers his head, and I wasn't. I was not in a good place. I don't know if you knew this, but when I don't know if you knew this, but I think I tried to throw myself in after the team defeated the mini Eternitus, so to speak. I remember sinking down and down, but I can't remember for the life of me who pulled me back up.
Vulcan just stares down the table and lets out a deep, heavy sigh. Do you want the answer to that?
I'm not going to like the answer, am I?
And Pan was the one who jumped in and pulled you back out.
Caster just goes quiet for a long few moments.
Hate him or not, and as much as I don't want to even think about him for the things he did, family is one of the main things he cares about. At least what he sees as family.
He must know that I hate him, hate what he stands for, and hate what he did. There's no way he can't.
He knows everyone hates him. And I don't think he'll ever change his view. But he's out of power, and it's been over 30 years since that happened. It's entirely possible he's just given up on everything else.
That doesn't change what he did. That doesn't mitigate what he did.
No, and I don't think he wants it to.
So why he's just doing what he feels is right, what he feels he needs to do.
It has always been his view, even if he took a monstrous way to do it.
No matter the consequences.
Indeed.
If we do run into him again, I don't know what I'll say. Should I thank him for saving me? Should I curse him? Should I... What do I even say?
I don't think he expects or wants a thanks. Knowing him, he probably just didn't want the last of what his bloodline had to be gone. Even now, the way he acts seems that he's acting mostly out of self-preservation. After all, if this world goes away, so does he.
So do all of us.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. But I wish I could believe that.
So do I. I think that's probably a good stopping point.
Alright. We can start with Alibi. And then go to Levi afterwards. Actually, we'll start with Alibi, we'll go to Padrock, and then we'll go to Levi. Sound good?
All right. So I guess that leaves Danica till the end then?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you wanted to see me?
I did. So, you asked for information on your family history. And
Well-
Glacy was busy with, well, you know. So she asked me to look into it. I was a country leader, and I know how to work with legal systems, so he reaches into his bag and pulls out a bunch of papers and a few books and sets them out on the table.
Holy... Okay, this is a little surprising. I never would have taken you for the investigative type.
I
Where
do
did
when
you
I
even
need
find
to.
all of this?
Like I said, I asked Michael for any documents he had, and I also looked in the library for historical records. It turns out, Cassia has partly adopted some of the systems of the outside world. There are differences, sure, but it's similar enough that I have something to work with. So, Alubius Susha is your name.
Oh, right, I didn't tell you, did I? Well, you've got the right of it.
Can you confirm the names and species of your parents?
A meowstick and a delphox.
And their names?
Hang on, I actually gotta look back so quick, because I remember Vivian, but I don't remember the other. Okay. It was Miko and Vivian.
Vivian is the current heir to the broken house Susha. He looks over the documents from Michael, and it's like her mother was Ira Susha, and her father an empress named Wilhelm.
Does it really extend that far? Or
It goes further. These systems have ways of keeping track of you. Discreet as you are still a resident of Cassia.
I guess I should have been paying more attention to the studies. Continue.
Go on.
Oh no, he's just said continue.
So he looked through the book that he laid open, going through some of the pages. House Susha was fairly short-lived in terms of standard nobility. Between the houses of the old city and the time of the Wayfinders, they reported to have been around for roughly 100 years. Now, this timeline does state so differently from my own, but they're also still vaguely referenced. Year 0 was the time of the first calamity. Exactly 300 years later, or 3,000 years later, was the appearance of Team Plasma and the advance of Team Wayfinder. Let's see. He just goes through the pages some more. 3105 was the second calamity, and we're currently in the year 3168.
So almost, I want to say 60 years later?
Roughly. And if my math is right, that would put your family's noble period at 2648 to 2762. If I'm reading this correctly.
So not very long ago then.
Indeed. A few hundred years. Houses weren't a common sight in Cassia after the first calamity. Most sprouted out of what power they attained over the years, but their influence is fairly little. The rescue guilds are mostly held in higher regard, with the houses mostly playing support in the background.
So I was right, he didn't have as much power as he claimed he did.
Indeed. Did you know that Michael is actually a descendant from what was House Aaron, back in the old city?
No.
Little note for you. And, as it turns out, whether Leviticus knows it or not, he's descended from House Mandel. But today those are little more than names. There aren't, however, many records of House Susha, but they do seem to have held most of their influence in southwestern Cassia, the forest area. Given
How far away is that from here?
the forest, we're near it. In fact, we're actually in it.
Well, I knew we were in the, top part of it, but I need a map.
He just pulls out the map of Cassia from his bag and points, circling his claw around the entire forest area that New Treasure Town is in.
Yes, I remember that.
So this is the area that House Susha mostly had power. What of it they did have.
You're saying New Treasure Town used to be...
Well, New Treasure Town didn't exist back then. It's actually a fairly recent development, about 33 years ago, back in Team Nudon was active.
So I'm not very far from home at all.
Indeed.
I thought I had gotten much further away, but I guess I was not that far as I thought. Maybe it was the exhaustion talking at that time.
Perhaps. Still, Given the unusual accent in the name and the fact that they were around centuries before the barrier was put around the region, it's highly likely they came from somewhere in the outside world. So it's difficult to find reliable records of their origins.
So you're saying that my descendants is not supposed to be here?
Possibly. It's hard to really say.
Though I was born in the time that we were in Cassia, so that doesn't make me an outsider in that regard.
In the case of your
That's-
father, Miko was a Meowstick married to Vivian about 3 years before you were born. Upon marriage, his family attained a part of the Susha nobility, but let's see. Son of Deborah and a sand slash named Jesper. He has a sister named Lisa, or had, I should say.
Pardon?
Apparently, Lisa died recently from brain trauma shortly after her mate Saku died. He was a Morgram. Oh, that explains why.
Are you meaning to tell me that that Morgrim we came across might have been one of my relatives?
It does say here that Lisa and Saku were inducted to the village over 20 years ago.
Oh my... Oh, Levi's going to have a cow. A mill tank, even.
You met someone in Malva City, didn't you?
Refresh my memory, which one?
A Meowstick by the name of Elijah.
Well, yes, they seemed a little... skittish, but I didn't say anything else off about them. Why?
Given what I see here, Elijah is Lisa's son.
Oh, you're kidding.
He just goes over the documents again, looking through different names. Elijah... And I'm pretty sure I saw someone else here.
So, let me get this straight. His hand very clearly across his face and just wiping away. I've been around many of my own relatives, one of which that I had taken part in killing.
He was a zealot. You did what you needed to. And it is evident that Elijah doesn't seem to care, does he?
All the same, it puts a different perspective on things. And Elijah, it might be my cousin?
If these records are correct, that would be true. Elijah and his sister Aline.
I don't think he would believe me if I told him that.
This would make Elijah not descended from House Susha, but given the marriage between his uncle and your mother, he has some influence. Of course, influence over a broken house is hardly anything to speak of, but that could possibly...
Zane, let me sure I'm getting this right. Are you saying that my family has had a run-in with zealots and that's why they know about them?
Entirely possible. If your aunt was a zealot, your father's sister, then it's possible the zealots may know more about your family through her.
Well, that would explain where they got the info. I made certain that nobody knew. And yet, they were there all alone. Was it all for naught? Was it really?
Unless you want to ask a dead person, I don't think Lisa's going to be talking anytime soon.
Please don't remind me.
So, perhaps a word with Elijah sometime might give you more information. If he even knows anything.
That's about the best lead I have at this point, isn't it? Unless I go back to my parents crawling and begging.
He goes further over the documents and looks at the names. Iris Yusha. I can look more into this name and see if I can find any records dating further back.
Who was Iris again?
Ira is your grandmother.
So that would make them a...
No Fox.
Okay. Just making sure. Just making sure I have my facts straight here.
Mated to the Empress Wilhelm. And this is how they had Vivian. Who then mated Miko and then had you.
I think I'm starting to get the picture.
As of now, though, this is all the information I could dig up. But I'll look further if you want me to.
Well, it's not really giving me much insight on what's this family legacy that the zealots were trying to keep hidden from me. So, yes, if you could possibly dig a little further and see what you find, I would be very appreciated.
It'll take a bit, but I'll see what I can do.
All the same, I'm gonna have to figure out how to broach this to Elijah. Oh, this is gonna be awkward.
That'll be on you.
And then I have to tell this to the rest of the team, assuming Castor's even listening, I wonder. Doesn't look like he is. I think he's more with his parents at the moment.
He seems a little occupied with his own family issues.
Oof. Is royalty really this messed up?
I would know. My father was a monarch and a tyrant at that.
You mentioned being a country leader. I honestly didn't see that in you until you came up with all this. And what did you originally do?
After my dad was killed by an opposing country, I sort of left my own country in the hands of a friend of mine, a Noiran. So he's watching it in my place while I'm here working.
Huh. When did you meet Celine, then?
Oh, I met Celine during the war. Turned out he was another outsider who came to Stella, where I came from. We met. He and I had a lot of things in common. I understood his affiliation with, well, he points out. And found ways that I could help him. And we've been together since.
Meeting during a war. Huh.
And kind of reminds you of those old tales, doesn't it?
It does, and I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Still, though, I'll do what I can to look into more of this. I'll let you know what I find.
Very well. I'm gonna have to wait until the team congregates before I try and explain everything that I've just been told. Word of telephone, I suppose.
He just goes over and closes the book. Then starts sorting out his papers, and put them in a single pile, and then pushes the book over, looks over at the table, and he's like, we really need to get this crack fixed.
This is still there. Oh, it is still there. Huh.
I'll ask Demi what we can do about it.
Should I try and fix it? I don't think I should, actually. I would probably break it further.
Probably not.
And be like...
He just takes the books and puts them away in his bag. I don't suppose these will do you any good if you can't read, so I'll just return these to Michael.
Yeah, I didn't stay long enough for those lessons.
Yep.
That's more on me.
If you're a descendant from a house, you should probably fix that.
I know. I've been told. I just don't know where to start.
Perhaps Lucas will enlighten you in the library sometime.
Must I?
Would you rather be ignorant forever?
No, you're probably right. You know what? I'm gonna go right over there right now. Pardon me.
Very well.
I need a distraction. Speaking of distractions, hi, Lucas.
Hello there, Ellaby.
I was just heading to the library. Am I in your way?
Oh no, I was just coming back to speak with Glacialis about things I found.
Oh, okay. Well, don't let me hold you then.
You seem like you're curious about something.
Is it that obvious?
Tell you what, come to me later in the day and I'll talk to you.
Oh, very well, I guess. I just... It's family business related. I guess it would be the best way to explain it.
Very well. I'm sure the two Zora will keep you company there while you wait.
Yeah. In a day, then.
See you soon, then.
Was my accent really that obvious?
Then we come further down near the lake.
All right. Bedrock's slowly approaching Team Blackthorn. Looking them over.
Oh, hey there, Padrock.
Hey, Joe. How's it going?
Not too bad. How's your day going?
Body's still... Body's still sore from yesterday. Kind of a needed day of rest. I see your team has a day off as well.
Yeah, that seems to be going on around here. Even Team Turbo and Team Jungle are over in the training area just staying out.
Seriously, how many teams came close to death yesterday?
Well, we didn't quite come close to death, so to speak, but apparently the guild wants to make sure we're not out in too much danger ever since whatever happened yesterday happened.
Oh, how much have you heard about it?
Something about the Zealots and the Dark One, Necrosma or something. It's hard to remember the name.
Nasty fella. You pretty much have it. So if your team has the day off, where's Leela?
Oh, she's spending time where she always does.
Gotcha.
you want to go up there and talk to her, and she'll probably be there.
He'll give them a small bell. Thank you for the pointer.
She waves a wing at him. Have fun.
I plan to. And if Roll20 would scroll quickly, he's pretty much Roll20. Guess we cut scene where Pedrock's slowly walking through the fields of flowers towards the
She just seems to be just sitting by the water, kind of just looking into it in thought.
Hey, Layla. So,
Oh, hey there, Padrock. How have you been?
Not well, to be honest. He says, sitting down next to her.
Hmm.
The encounter yesterday, thoughts feel like they're constantly running marathons.
Hmm. I heard about some of the things. Are you okay?
He takes a slow, deep breath. About to do his usual, yes, but his head kind of sinks into his hands before shaking it. No. I'm far from okay.
Hmm. Is it something you want to talk about?
I don't even know where to begin. Yesterday we pretty much came face to face with the current thing, threatening the very foundations of Cassia, and we couldn't do anything of much to it. And it's not even the part that's going through my mind. We possibly came close to death, and that's not even the part that's sticking with me.
Slow down.
I'm sorry.
Just breathe. What is really on your mind?
It's he pulls out his copy he made of the note about Team Eclipse. A piece of paper that's been folded down so that pretty much his entry is the one on it. And he points to the bits about it. I was surveyed growing up. They had people watching me. There's this thing about class 7 psychic, which my body, I don't even know if my body should be able to handle that kind of thing, at least if it's telekinetic. And it's a bit about not knowing why they raised me as a seer. That just the implication. Implications. I don't know how to handle them.
I don't know too much about this whole class 7 thing or what have you, but if it concerns you, we can talk about it.
To give an idea, the class is basically trying to categorize psychic powers by what they can achieve, and it's a scale that goes up to 9. So, as you can imagine, 7's pretty high up there. And as the implications of this is that everything I've worked towards, everything my life has been about, isn't just be impossible. I might even have been working towards something that I could never have possibly done. Didn't have the right ability.
He said something about telekinetic. Other different kinds?
Well, the main categories that this scale is usually used for is telekinetic, telepathic. Kinetic being the picking up objects, tossing them. Telepathic being mental stuff.
Maybe it could be
Reading
mental.
thoughts. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. But even so, it doesn't make things right. It means my life up until the point where I got away from the village is effectively a wash. A waste.
Are you sure?
I lost out on a childhood so that I could be the next great seer of Cassia. I didn't get... My childhood was given up so that I could wield this staff. And if the implication of this is right, then I lost that for nothing.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Everything I've been through on this rescue team has shown me that what other application could I have for what I've gotten out of this?
Pedrock.
What else?
Pedrock.
He leans against her, resting his head in her fur.
He slowly just runs a couple of her claws along his arm. My mother used to tell me, things you do growing up, there's always opportunity. There are always many things that you can do with the skills that you have. Perhaps those studies that you did, everything that you learned growing up, maybe they could be applied to something else. Something that's still useful. Who knows? If your abilities are really what this paper says they are, maybe you can put your studies to some that match them. For instance, she slowly reaches into her bag and rummages through a few things before pulling out a small case and opening it up. You wanna know where I found this? She pulls out a small purple disc.
You found a TM in a dungeon, huh?
Yeah, you could say that. I found this TM in, where was it? It was your wandering shop near Cassia. Apparently, this teaches to move psychic. It reminded me of you when I saw it, so I decided, why not? I'll get it.
Thank you. Oh, man. I've been dreaming of the day I could pick up objects.
Well, perhaps with this you'll be able to. Who knows? Maybe you'll be telekinetic.
I'd be able to pick up Levi for once.
I'm sure he'll greatly appreciate that. She's kind of pokes her tongue out.
Oh, that's not the only thing he's going to appreciate.
It's just, after everything I've said, I need more than just maybes. I need more than I might be able to.
Well,
It just feels so intangible that if I...
well, Paddock.
Yeah?
You know the person to talk to about that, right?
Blinks for giving his head a shake. No, I have no idea who to talk to.
She just puts her claw through the hole in the middle of the disc and then taps it against his chest. You are always the one to figure out the one to figure out what you should do with your life. So, turn those maybes into, for sure.
Out of Glacy,
Mhm.
like out of character, this is actually the kind of thing that frustrates me, like a bit, like looking for concrete examples and then just getting, hey, maybe you might be able to use this skill in multiple places, like it's without like just
He's giving you the disc. That was her point.
yeah, but saying you, like, I'll explain later. Pedro will at least happily take the disc.
You know I'm always here, right? And
He nods, leaning in and giving her a small hug.
she just puts her arm around him. There's not just me either. There's a lot of other people here who can help you. Who knows? Perhaps one of these people will be able to help you with your abilities. Always
I
worth
know,
asking.
But you're one of the few people here who makes me feel like I have worth beyond what I can do.
No, you shouldn't feel that way. You have your team, right?
I suppose, but it often but there's always the expectation to be throwing strong punches, and sure, we might. It's a different kind of thing.
Mm.
And, when you first started showing interest in me, I didn't even recognize the sign. I didn't consider the possibility that someone could be interested in me, or just me.
To be honest, I didn't really either. But we're still young. There's a lot of things that we need to learn. But I'll be here to help you learn what you need.
And I really appreciate that. Oh,
What is it that you want, Levi? Or Patrick?
Pedrock sighs as he looks back into the water. That's not the first time I've heard that question. And I have no idea. My life's never been about what I want. It's been about being the next great Seer of Cassia. Being about having to stay on a rescue team for my protection against the people who dragged me out. It's staying on a rescue team to not get killed again. I don't get the chance to consider what I want. And
Well,
I don't even know if I have wants. At least none attainable.
well, think less about the future and think more about what you've been doing. What have you been doing? How have your abilities developed? How have you developed?
My fire has gotten fairly strong despite my efforts to try to lean towards the psychic side of my bloodline. I've gotten a few recordings of memories down in the staff. That's been interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I have a sometimes shield.
Anything else?
He sighs as he twirls the staff, looking into the gem as he tries to think. What other kinds of things could I be forgetting to mention?
Well, you said something about telepathic and telekinetic. What about the telepathic side of things? Have you done anything with that?
That's been pretty much the memory side of things. It's like not like I've been able to speak telepathically or put any thoughts into people's heads. It's the closest I've had are things that I've thought were visions, but could have an alternate interpretation in light of these notes.
Well, it's always worth looking into, right?
person to start to talk to. On this, at least.
Well, wasn't there a Zorok over there?
And Zoroark?
Yeah. I've heard he's been involved in a lot of, well, telepathic things.
The dark type. The one naturally resistant to psychic abilities and effects.
Yeah. I know it sounds silly, but it's always worth a shot. Trying to talk to him, see if he knows anything.
I'll keep that in mind. And how about you? What kind of neat things have you been managing to develop?
Well, other than my vines and being able to sprout flowers wherever I want, not too much. I've mostly just been doing missions with my team and working together with them.
Yeah, you seem to be doing pretty well. What brought you all the way over here today?
This is just where I like to go to just think about things. I don't have much time to think, and well, since we're not doing missions right now, what better time than this?
That's fair. I should probably get this disc done before anything happens to it.
Yeah. Well, if it helps, then that'll be something to work with, right?
Yeah. He leans in, giving her a kiss on the cheek before starting to make his way back to the tavern.
You'll come back soon, right?
As soon as I got this disc done.
Alright. I'll be waiting.
Zoom out my roll 20.
And then, meow.
So, do we want to go over to Levi after this?
Sure.
We'll probably discuss further things with the padlock.
I'm gonna be real. If Leela does have chlorophyll as an ability, that'd be so busted on a Lycanroc.
Levi's, sorry, Padrock's going to approach the counter.
Hey, Padrock.
Gently. So, as it turns out, I have a move I'd like for you to install for me, please.
Alright, I can do that. What move
With
will
that,
it be?
he'll quietly places down Psychic on the table.
She looks it over and gives you a little nod. Ah, this is a pretty good move, I've heard. Alright. She just reaches down and pulls out the device, setting the TM in it. So you want to learn Psychic, yes?
Oh, absolutely.
Alright. We'll get right on that. And she just sets up the cords and everything, turns the machine on, and looks over at him. It's like, alright, you ready?
As I'll ever be.
Very well. Here we go. You can remove one move and learn Psychic.
Alright. Replacing Psyshock with Psychic.
And Padrock has learned Psychic. He just pulls the cords away and wraps him back around the machine, puts it back down under the table. And there you go.
It's a small breath, giving his head a small rub. That that one felt rather natural.
Yeah, sometimes different moves feel different ways when you get them. But I hope it works out for you.
He nods before starting to make his way back towards where Leela was.
Yeah, if you want, we can transition over.
You done, Padrock? Or
I think that's the end of that scene, right, Glacy?
Yeah, unless you have other things you want to talk about.
Can't quite think off the top of my head.
Alright. So we'll transition over to Levi. And by extension, Apollo, and Danica, and Kua.
Levi's just quietly stretching out, making sure to limber up before doing anything with too much effort in it. Okay, I'm ready.
Cool.
Alright.
Giga, did
You-
you say something, or?
No, go. Sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, 8,000.
Yep, I was just need to with someone's. Kua's going to stretch his wings as he just for Levi to follow him up towards the pole.
All right, sure.
So, what do you want? What are you looking to practice first today?
Well, I did learn this new move earlier. I figured I'd show it off a bit. Though it seems all the draconic energy has less been going through me and more going to my tail as of late.
No,
Not that I'm
that's a
complaining.
curious thing. No, your tail is a good part of you. You have a good tail on you.
Yep.
So I guess you want to start with Dragon Pulse then?
I wish I knew Dragon Pulse.
I
Not
mean,
quite.
that's what you're here for, right?
Let me show you. Levi looks at the target before him. Before proceeding to run towards the target and leap upward. Unfortunately, he was a bit too focused on trying to show off and just glanced off the post as it hits the ground instead of the post itself. However, it was very clear to Kua that the tail was glowing with the same draconic energy as if he was using Breaking Swipe, but a bit of a different application.
Well, I'll be Greenhorn. Nice. Learn something new every day, huh?
Yep. Though, I wish. How I felt that effect of the mist. He just quietly backs up, rubbing it. His tail now in his hands, just rubbing at it carefully, given that he just not the target, just hit the ground.
Cool. Step forward. Kind of reminds me of an old rush move I used to have. Though yours doesn't seem to tire you out nearly as much as that one did.
Honestly, I would love to learn Dragon Pulse, but maybe I'll figure out how to pull that kind of energy later on.
Alright. Watch me. Or rather, try to sense me, he says before draconic energy starts collecting in his maw, aiming towards one of the targets.
Even on a low roll, what the hell? Levi's just quietly just staring in awe. It's like, oh. Well then.
Let me just make sure I have that. Out of character, let me just double check to make sure I have the damage base right on that one.
Remember stab.
Yep. Oh, the sheet already calculates stab. Cool. That is Dragon Pulse.
That
Got a good range on it.
is freaking awesome.
Now, we're going to do an exercise.
Huh?
Copy the collection, he says as he opens his maw. This time the draconic energy collecting far slower so that Levi can get an impression of Kua's working to collect it into the shimmering, sparking sphere.
Let's see. One moment, let me just take a moment to do that. So Levi's going to stare before. Good. Attempting to mimic it. It looks more like doing breathing exercises, but he's just trying to work off of what he sees. Collect the same energy that would go towards his tail, but to his core, to his breath. And it does seem that he's grasping the fundamentals of it. It's not there yet, but he is trying to, and somewhat succeeding to, pull energy into it, pull energy in. Okay. Oh, this feels weird. Okay.
Kua gives an approving nod. Off to a good start there. See? I think you might be able to get the grasp. Now, you said something interesting. I want, instead of trying to direct copy, maybe it comes more naturally through your tail. Could you try for me to collect that energy in your tail?
Levi would just exhale all that energy, just like all like the little energy that got gathered just expels out of his mouth as he just thinks about it. Wait, you want me to make my tail blast that? I mean, sure, might as well try.
Kua nods. Different dragons are different. Some might gather it, blast it from their hands. I blast from my mouth. You have a bit of a shorter mouth, but your tail definitely has a more of a spike to the end. Definitely a good thing too. It even seems to be built to focus energy through it.
Hey, sure. So Levi just brings his tail around and holds onto it. Or at least there's like one hand at the base, the other hand within the the hook of it as he's holding it towards the target. Doing a breathing exercise, he's more so closing his eyes and focusing that energy to his tail. Specifically the tip of it. As the first time he tries it, it does little more than glow as it usually does with Breaking Swipe or with Dragon Tail, and that when you realize he just stops and resets. Like, okay, wrong move. Let me just... Okay. In, out. Try to force it, just let it flow. And let me just roll the die again. Oh. Okay then. It seems Kua's onto something. Because once more the Draco Chew is gathering energy to his, but it's through his tail this time, and it's actually starting to coalesce. Okay. It's not as big as yours, but it's developing.
An excellent first blast, especially for one learned through training rather than having it just put on you. I'd say you're off to an excellent start here.
Fact. Levi, that tail move of yours, I'm wondering if it functions similarly to my own.
Which one? Levi's... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
At that, Danica would smirk as she... her tail lashes behind her, the very sharp spear-like point glistening in the sunlight.
Oh, that. Also, Kua, you may want to back up. I can't get rid of the energy. It's just kind of there now.
I just love the mental image of just Levi, just like, yeah, I'm getting in the mood. Wait, how do I turn this off?
Like, help, I'm going to explode.
Kua steps kind of behind him, carefully picking up Levi's tail and pointing it towards the post. Just try to push it out in a beam.
Okay.
Insert fart with reverb noise.
So Levi just points it at the post. Carefully. Trying to pace himself, close his eyes, don't panic, and just...
Holy...
All right, then.
See? Like I said, you're a natural.
So, the blast effectively knocks Levi on his back, but he looks at the target, seeing that he did actually hit it, and just stares.
So,
that worked?
Also, Jesus fuck, that crit damage.
Jesus Christ, that crit damage.
It's not even just that, it's just like, excuse me, you crit?
Wait, that worked?
You got 2 10s in that damage number, what the heck? And 2 9s.
No. Kind of want to get a... I know we've talked about Draco Meechek before, but before even considering that move, you're going to want to get a firm handle on this.
Oh, Arceus, I know where this is going.
Oh, I'm not going to demonstrate it. I'm not demonstrating it.
Okay, good.
I was just going to explain that the major difference here is the sense of scale. With Dragon Pulse, you try to gather up A heavy hitting amount of damage. Something your body can manage. Something more easily expelled. Draco Meteor, on the other hand, you are purposely making that gathering of energy unstable so that it explodes in the air, raining Draco fire down on an area.
Oh.
So, you want to make sure you know how to channel your dragon power before attempting to gather it in unstable levels. But you have shown quite a bit of promise already.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Kua. I don't know if that was a promise or a fluke. Either way, he just looks at the target. That would not have been possible without you. So thank you.
Happy to help. Teach a few of my tricks. Hopefully it will do you well in the battlefield.
I have a feeling it will.
I had a dragon's kid. You sure know how to pick him.
There was one thing I wanted to ask. A bit of a side note.
Listening.
About your mission last night. Given the state you were in, I figured it wouldn't be time to ask. But I'm asking because these things seem to be everywhere. Did that city have a Stardew box?
Levi pauses and thinks about it. Then looks to Apollo. I want to say yes, but
Apollo's nodding. It's absolutely nodding.
yeah, I did.
I'm guessing Solandit was there as usual.
Well, that's the part that has me confused.
Well, what do you mean?
Okay, well, first of all, yes, they were there. This land was there, but there was another one.
Another one, you say?
Kua seems to smirk a little bit. One with a name and a hat?
Yes?
I'm going to roll a thing with advantage.
Go on. Tell me their name.
Marcus?
Oh, you did get to meet Marcus. Man, I wonder where that guy disappeared off to.
Huh?
So what did he make you coffee from? I mean, guy made coffee out of rope. Can you believe it? So what did he do for you guys?
Give us the scare of our lives. We didn't. Oh, no, that not the scare of our lives. That goes to the dark one. No. If anything, just confused the hell out of us. They, this Marcus, this guy, he, in the conversations that we had, he didn't realize it, but I did. He was temporally displaced.
Yep,
Not like, huh?
I think I know what happened there. Unfortunately, I made a promise to not exactly talk about it.
Let me guess. No such forbidden knowledge could very well destabilize the world.
For a moment, Danica looks actually quite nervous about this particular topic. Let's just say if you encounter Marcus, be gentle to him. He's got a lot on his plate.
I will be sure to know that later on if I happen to encounter them again.
Cool. Oh, music.
Music.
Bonk to the wrench, bonk to the wrench, bonk to the wrench.
Correct.
Kuwait shrugs before saying, honestly, if it's anything like our encounter, you're never going to see him again. I only ever met the guy once. Never got to try T&T coffee.
What?
I mean, the guy makes coffee out of anything, right? Or did he not do that for you guys?
No, he didn't do it for us. He just kind of he gave us all a free round of coffee, and then we started talking, and he thought we were playing a joke on him, and then I put two and two together, and I told him what was going on, and then we found he couldn't leave the coffee shop for a bit.
Yep, that lines up with what I... Okay, question was... Since he clearly didn't know, how upset was he?
Pretty upset.
Very.
Okay, yeah, I hope that other lot will be okay.
And I mean, I told him what was going on. When I realized that I realized what was going on, and I brought up the fact that he was temporarily displaced, and he felt he was going to go blame it on some others from a different time period, I think.
Yeah, the old records are a little vague on the old city, but from what I did gather, there was some anomalous Pokemon from that time period. There were a couple that were mentioned, but for the sake of not accidentally causing a temporal paradox, I'm going to keep that knowledge to myself.
If it has anything to do with the books that the logs that Kua and Raven found, check the library.
We can talk about those later.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, I'm going to keep messing around with this move and see if I can get it.
Excellent. I did promise I'd help, so I'll stick with you.
Go ahead, Danica.
Danny's gonna nudge Apollo. What about you, Marshmallow? Got any fun tricks of your own?
Thought I did, but yesterday kind of fucked with my head a lot. That a lot of the fun tricks that I thought I was supposed to have could be diffused with whatever the fuck that thing was that we fought was.
I still think that lunatic is gonna get himself killed before he gets what he wants.
One can only hope.
All the alternatives aren't great.
Apollo looks over his claws a moment for like clenching them, like extending his claws and like having them hook over. All I can really do is hack and slash right now. If I don't find some sort of an alternative to what I have right now, no.
Well, if it helps, you're an Absol. Absols have a surprisingly large amount of moves in their move pool, if I remember from Optimus's. Our glory days, I should say. God, is it really? Glory days just makes me feel even more old than I already am. Ugh.
Aside from normal and dark type moves, did he have any other tricks up his sleeves? Or in his fluff?
Well, he didn't, but his siblings.
Well, Pan had a few that he showed off from his siblings.
Well. I'm gonna roll that Gen Ed. I remember one being able to basically generate clones of themselves. I can't remember their name though.
Yeah, Pan showed me an ability like that.
Hmm.
He used it to cover his escape when he broke out of jail.
That's that one. Whether or not he is trying to do better or not. But that aside, I do remember one. I think you should be able to learn electric type moves.
Might be interesting.
But you're probably going to have to ask the rest of your family for more information on that. I'm afraid moves and Pokemon biology was never really my strong point.
I'll need to look into that at some point. But all the moves in the world won't mean a damn thing if I can't hit the broadside of a barn.
I just wish I had access to one of the old Pokedexes. Perhaps the data on it would have more adequately explained what your species is capable of. Maybe Ivan's old gadgets might have something.
All right.
Out of character.
Mm-hmm.
As Glacy said.
Yeah, we're getting pretty late.
Yeah.
We're 4.25 hours out.
Probably
But
wouldn't be a good.
Hmm?
I was gonna say probably not a bad idea to finish up.
Yeah. We can right now if we want.
Sure.
Right. So, if no one else has anything to do, we can call it a night.
A knight.
A knight. The dark night. So
Behold, old dark 30.
With that, we're at the conclusion of session 26.
And I shall take my leave because I have some shit I need to do on my end.
Take care.
Some fecal matter to accomplish.
Alright. Have a good evening, guys.
So with that, we have finished with session 36. So, players had a relatively calm session this time. So, Artemis, what you think of it?
I think it went pretty well overall. Everybody had their scenes go pretty seamlessly. Yeah.
Do you have anything you wanted to say about Thea?
Oh, I was gonna mention Thea, but it can wait. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like I remember my family tree. Smile.
So, Bryce, what you think of this session?
It was fun. I had a good time. I wasn't expecting to have a Floatzel chase after me, but hey, this is a thing now. Otherwise, we got paid. I got to show off a new move. Apparently got to show off a new move early. That wasn't intended. That wasn't intended whatsoever. Like
Yeah.
you could see in the description just how large the failure margin is. But ultimately, I'm just glad with the session.
So, Harzath, what you think?
Oh boy, where do I begin? The early day shenanigans aside, yeah, we finally got something concrete with the family trees here.
Woohoo!
And now Luby's gonna have to try and figure out how to translate that to the rest of his team without it missing details. Oh, that's gonna be hell. I'm gonna need to write a script for that or something. I don't know.
I already know.
That's
I'm
what
gonna
I
be
would
asked
do.
for more permission.
I don't usually write scripts. That's just it. I usually do it from my mind since photographic memory. I can't photographic memory words. But other than that, yeah, we got things to go, and still, like the fact that Levi did get that crit on the very first go, it's like,
Which reminds me, Harzath.
Huh?
Did Zane happen to say which part of the Zealots they were in?
Who? What? Wait, are you saying that Zane was a zealot, or who?
Whoever was in your family tree?
You're talking about the Morgrim, right?
Oh, right, it was a Morgrim, which means Old Path. Okay, never mind.
That was about the only name I got that was confirmed to be, a zealot, so I don't know who else is there.
Yeah, so to go over past notes, you guys found the Pokemon in the Cassia City ruins. They were led by Engel, confirmed to be the Old Path. You later found the journal from Leo, who also stated he was in the Old Path. And you also talked to Elijah, who said that he was from the Old Path.
So far, everybody we've come across is Old Path.
Not everyone.
Well, not everyone, but...
Ria is from the Wardens. But yeah. So, Straight, what you think?
This was a much needed step back from me. I felt like, and I was again a little unfocused tonight. Sorry again that this is happening, but this was very much needed on my end. And as an aside, it was really nice working with Scott again and Giga as well. So yeah. Not a whole lot going on aside from a few sweet moments with Arcella. I'm fine with that. So that's all from my side.
Yeah, I frankly didn't entirely expect Scott to come in with Sapphire. Figured they were going to be busy, but they did. So, 8,000. What you think?
I thought it was a fairly interesting session. Definitely got a good dose of Sapphire in there. It was nice to get. Honestly, the characters do need calm sessions like this. We can't
always be
going 2-11 and continuing the down the notches each.
Full steam ahead.
Mission is it? It's hasn't been. So this has been a much needed respite, and it was awesome to get a chance to have some cuteness between Padrock and Leela and show them having a conversation together rather than just being something on the side. The thing I was talking about was just everything for me to say for people to say you can do a lot of things with this without ever giving a concrete example. For example, a particular degree. Oh, you did get a lot of different jobs with these without ever mentioning what kinds of work. Like that's more of an like would be the kind of thing that would hurt Badrock because it's like answer gets, but it's also like irks me out character. But back to the good stuff, like getting the chance to do this scene between Levi and Kua was quite awesome. Quite awesome to get to play Kua again. And I've actually been having that picture in my mind of Levi shooting Draco pulses through his tail rather than out of his mouth like Kua does.
Insert flow animation there.
So I'm quite happy I could do my part to try to make that flavoring a reality. I'm so glad you wrote a critical on that.
It's like explosion. Wait, that worked?
Lacey's feeling challenged.
Were you planning to have Levi fire the beams off that way, or? Because you did kind of set me up with that, Bryce.
You might have lost Bryce.
I think
No,
he
you
might
didn't.
have stepped. Oh, no, there he is.
What'd you say though?
I'm saying, like, was it also your plan for it to be flavored as Levi firing dragon pulses from his tail? Because you certainly quite set that up for me to lean into that.
Nope. That was all you, and I just rolled with it.
And thank you. That was a fun scene. I'm glad that idea ended up working quite well according to the dice.
According to the dice, yeah, no shit.
Later, we're gonna have Levi and Lacey just firing things from their tails at each other.
This is not a fight I want to have.
It's just a constant battle of I'm a regular noises going back and forth.
That's definitely a fight I don't want to have.
I mean, in regards to like going full steam ahead, the last time someone went full steam ahead, they ended up on their head. Looking at you, Mr. Rotom Train.
The other thing I wanted to say, I just wanted to like apologize that Marcus Tangent did end up going a little bit longer than I expected it would, but
That's fine. And like I said, we'll figure out more concrete things between sessions.
Mhm.
So,
and thank you for letting me learn that, TM.
mm-hmm.
Yes,
So
it's fan art one.
and we got a few pieces of art. So the first one is a commission from Bryce to Scott.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
You like
It's gonna get
diamonds?
shown on one of these. It's gonna get shown on one of these streams.
Diamonds. Oh, those diamonds.
diamonds.
Shine bright like diamond.
It's gonna get shown on one of the streams, either this one or the other, or the Rise stream. Probably both.
Maybe both. But
Behold, I have mastered the power of rainbow.
so this is Bryce commissioning Scott to get Levi as premonitories for Halloween.
Levi, I love you. You look stoned out of your fucking mind.
I know.
That
He
expression
really
is like-
does.
Taste the rainbow. Be the rainbow.
All I have to say about that is Sprigatito.
Like,
Don't name it now.
cat, Artie.
Yeah.
It's like, I got two questions for you. One, why are you stoned as hell? Two, we're gonna get some.
True.
It's just like, hey, this diamond shit is great.
So the next one is the first of 3 pictures from Flaros.
Well, Flaros did a triple, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, baby, triple.
So this one is starting with Glacialis freezing the hell out of the Torchic distortion with a nat 20 on Ice Beam.
You can
Oh,
say
yeah.
you can say Santi. It's fine.
He actually took what I said in session literally, and where it's just Levi just steps up to the Abra and just kind of side punches him.
It's such
Just
a good image.
Terrified of Glacialis. And then the freaking
No,
Riolu gets a nat 1 on his attack and punches himself.
He's just like nervous punches the Abra, punches self.
I start coming
Caster
over,
comes in
hey,
with a
what's
bubble.
up?
What I miss?
Nomming, just idly nomming a sledge ball.
Oh, there is one thing about this comic that you haven't noted yet.
Hmm?
Look at the first panel.
Mm-hmm. Freaking Vileplume.
Yes.
On the back.
Marketable plushie Vileplume.
Wait, is it marketable plushie? What?
Where?
Look at it.
Hold on, get that back up there.
Hold the fuck up.
Oh
Roll that
my
back.
god.
Oh god.
Flutteral said it themselves.
It is
didn't even
indeed
notice
a
that.
marketable plushie.
The plants are laughing.
The
plants are
laughing.
Alright. Straight
Yeah.
into bed.
Yeah. The next one is Danica with the band hammer.
It's just like, how dare you?
Because fuck those imposters.
Yeah, that was a
Nice.
case of how dare
Hold
you?
on.
Just
There it goes.
red in the eyes like a bull.
Going after that Raichu. So,
Yes, sir.
the third one is of Castor and Darren. Fiddling with mom.
Yeah.
I can sleep.
The next one is a commission from Artemis to Zach Seligson for my birthday.
Uh-oh.
Okay, guys, here's the plan.
Falling asleep on her. Hey, noodles.
Aw.
They have lots of work. They need
The
sleep.
plan was nap time.
The plan was nap time on Glacy.
He doesn't seem too bothered about it.
You sure? That was
She's like, not this shit again. She's like, not this shit again.
I'm surprised they're not too cold.
I
Glacy
am.
sounds not
I am
cold.
not cold. God damn it!
Literally
I'm
named
gonna
after
enter
inflation.
So, thank you, Artemis, and thank you, Zach
Gee.
Seligson, for the picture. And with that, we have another commission for Artemis. I believe it's from Foof.
Armidas.
And
That's a name.
Hermit.
a mild warning to the stream. This one is
Oh, no.
mildly graphic.
It's relevancy.
Relevancy. Okay.
Yeah.
So this one is mildly graphic. Possibly gore warning, so fair warning.
You want to look
And-
away, now's the time.
Here we are.
So we go from cutes to being, oh boy.
Oh boy.
So, want to explain what's going on here, Caster?
So this is like moments after Castor is like clawing himself out of the Eternitus puddle, essentially. And he's still trying to figure out how the hell to reform himself. And he's kind of fucked up.
Just a little bit.
Just a little
Just a
bit.
smidge.
I cried
thought
when
it
I
was
first
some
saw
kind
this. Just as crying.
This is painful.
Genuinely, I thought this was him trying to escape his inner demon. Technically, he is.
Yeah, kind of.
Technically correct.
In a very literal sense. So yeah, I believe that is all the pictures that we have for this session. Yeah, nice art overall.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mako streaming.
It's like he just escaped the gates of hell.
we do have a Mako stream, and what are they streaming today?
Everhood.
Oh,
Ready for some
yes.
Get ready for some weird shit.
Everhood is full of it.
I know. That's why I said it.
Raid, Mako Canova. So we will be raiding the Prima. They're playing Everhood. And as usual, we will be coming back same time on next Tuesday. And something fun's gonna happen. So look forward to it. Be ready. Be ready, players.
Beer.
So,
I know
The
what I'm,
fun times are upon us.
I know what I'm gonna do. It's nap time for me.
yeah. So
Like it.
have fun
Yeah.
with the Prima, enjoy Everhood, get lots of flippies, and we will see you next Tuesday, same time. Later.
All right, Artie. I know you said